presenters of day one. Wow, okay. So after the introductions, Peter Ramolocha of the National Department of Agriculture spoke on the clarity on the academic purpose of the event. And just some of the key points that Peter raised. South Africa's food system faces serious structural challenges. Food insecurity persists despite enough food being produced nationally. Peter also raised key problems around poverty, inequality, unemployment, weak coordination. He emphasized the importance of the symposium and how pleased he was that the symposium supports food systems governance reform and the need for a food affordability policy framework. Peter stressed that this symposium speaks directly to Pathway 4 of the Department of Agriculture's National Food and Nutrition Security Plan, which is governance reform, especially the need for food affordability policies. He welcomed the symposium as an opportunity for government, academia, civil society, and industry to generate practical solutions that can feed into national food system transformation efforts. The first part of yesterday's program focused on affordability in food systems, setting the scene. And Idzani Mpapule, who spoke on food and nutrition and security, raised a number of essential points. I'm just going to highlight a few. Hunger is driven by poverty, unemployment, and high food prices. Many households survive on cheap, low-quality foods, and families skip meals, and adults sacrifice food for children. And the first 1,000 days of life are critical for child development. Nzani raised that poor diets are caused by cause stunting, poor brain development, lifelong disadvantages, child deaths are linked to malnutrition. And she said that food affordability must be treated as a health and child survival issue. That was followed by Stephen Devro, who spoke to the topic, understanding food systems and affordability. And again, just some of the key points raised. Food prices are shaped across the full chain: production, processing, transport, retail. Final prices reflect rising costs and profit margins. Weak competition can increase prices. Households make budget-driven choices, often reducing diet quality. And many households cannot afford nutritious food on grants or minimum wage. The solutions proposed by Stephen raise incomes and lower food costs. Then moving on to Derek's presentation, Derek Heedy, South Asian International Perspectives on Food Affordability. Some key points raised by Derek on the cost of healthy diets. Derek spoke about stylized facts on cost and affordability in health diets, presented comparative data citing 62% of South Africans can't afford a healthy diet, compared to 12% in China and 24% in Brazil. He also said that unhealthy foods are much cheaper, more widely consumed than healthy foods. And he presented some policy options and solution on poverty, price, and preference, which included social protection reform, agri-food system investment to reduce healthy food prices, specialized food preference surveys, and to lobby for cost of health diet to replace old basic needs food poverty line. After lunch, the focus shifted to what determines food prices in South Africa. And there were a few speakers who addressed that, starting with Mervyn Abrams, who spoke on food unaffordability trends. And amongst the many things that Mervyn said, a few stood out. Household food basket prices rose sharply since 2021. The minimum wage is not enough after transport and electricity costs are considered by households. Food shocks often cause permanent price increases. VAT-free food still rising rapidly, and women carry much of the household food burden. The key provocative question raised by Mervyn, are prices too high or incomes too low? That led us to Naledi Hadebe's presentation on drivers of high food prices. And again, raised issues on food inflation that's driven by the COVID impacts, war shocks, climate risk, disease outbreaks, fuel and fertilizer costs, logistics failures. She also emphasized animal proteins and some processed categories contributed strongly to food inflation and stressed the need to support local production and agro-processing. Then moving on to Kagiso Zwane from the Competition Commission, who spoke to the topic concentration, competition, and prices. And there he mentioned the high concentration across seed storage, trading, and retail. The few large retailers who dominate the food market. Kagiso also spoke about the rocket and feather effect, fast upward price response to cost shocks, but with slow downward adjustment in milling, wholesale, and retail. Prices rise fast when costs rise, but fall slowly afterward. He says what's required is a stronger market monitoring and transparency needed, and competition reform is important for affordability. Next, Andrew Benny came up to speak to the topic price formation and value distribution in maize and wheat value chains. And again, just some of the key points raised. Maize meal is essential for poor households. Maize price time series show volatility and overall upward trend. Price volatility hurts dietary diversity, and storage and retail sectors are concentrated. We need better data on margins, profits, and cost pass through. Some of the policy options proposed by Andrew: competition enforcement review, price transparency, buffer stocks, local processing, and diversification to climate resilient crops. Then that was followed by Stephen Greenberg, who spoke on the topic ownership and control in the food system. And again, some of the points that came out there: corporate concentration is high across food sectors. Power is concentrated in few firms. In a few firms affects affordability. High market concentration drives profitability, and small enterprises face barriers to entry. What is needed is land reform and redistribution, support to small enterprises and cooperatives, preferential procurement targets for SMEs, and building resilient, shorter supply chains. The day culminated in group discussions where each group had to address 3 questions. First one being, what are the main drivers of food prices? And a number of those drivers were mentioned. Some that stood out was legislation, liberalized and deregulated markets, corporate greed, and geopolitics. The second question that the groups had to present was, who are the main actors in food price formation? And again, the key ones that stood out: corporates with market power, farmers, government departments, and authorities such as the Department of Agriculture, Competition Commission, Consumer Protection, and others. And the last question that the groups had to address was, what are the knowledge gaps? And again, many there are. Just 2 examples with the data and specifics on corporate power and pricing behavior and pricing strategies in the informal sector. That's just a quick wrap of day 1. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I think that was excellent. But if anybody has any comments on what Mark said, did they leave anything out? Did he misrepresent your brilliant presentation? Anything to add? Okay, so we'll take that as a note for the record. Mervyn and then Mark.
Perhaps just one that was running underneath in my presentation, and which perhaps I didn't surface as well as I should have, but that there are other costs that impacts access to food in households. So prices are important, but there are also other costs. So electricity costs and transport costs and so on. That also, if we want to consider access to food.
That's what you called, or somebody else called, shadow costs? Is that it?
Yeah. I didn't call it that, but you did call it chilling costs. You're right. So it's just also to keep that in mind.
So if the cost of fuel rises and the cost of preparing the meal rises as well.
Yeah, and then the money
for the food price.
Yeah, and then the money for that gets consumed from the food budget.
Right.
So we still don't have, we will still have people hungry even if prices are okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I like about your approach at Peter Marisburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, is that you look at these almost fixed costs, electricity and transport and so on, and you say households can't avoid those, so they budget for those before they even think about food. Whereas we tend to think that food comes first and everything else comes second, but no, they can't avoid those other costs. So it's food that gets rationed. That's a very powerful way of looking at it. Mark W.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize how important this is, maybe shifting from just being academic to like activist. This is like a crisis. When you're talking, like Zani said, 10,000 children dying needlessly because of malnutrition related things. We can go through the other statistics, hopefully we remember them, but this is a crisis and it needs a clear response. And I think the other thing I want to emphasize, I think it needs a holistic response because there's a range of different challenges. It isn't just, poverty or prices. I think it's got to be a combination of those. It's got to be a combination of interventions that tries to, overall improve management of affordability, which must include increased incomes, but also managing or reducing where possible the food prices, as long as, the burden doesn't fall on the poorest again, such as farm workers. Thanks.
Great. Anything else? Okay, so on the theme of moving from academia to activism, I'm going to ask everybody who self-identified yesterday as an academic to stand up like Andrew has just done. All the academics, stand up. Come on, don't be shy. It's not a bad label to have. Is that it? All right. Well, you can now sit down because you are yesterday's people. Today, we're not about academics. Today, we are about activism. So all the people who are self-identified as activists yesterday, please stand up. We have Amanda Dop-Moby in the room. We have Union Against Hunger in the room. Who else? Seri, yeah. Who else? IEJ activists, academic activists. Great. Today is your day. Today is the day for activism and action. Because today we're moving from the first question, what determines food prices, to what can be done to make food affordable. And so we're not just here to write journal articles, we're here to come up with an agenda for action. What ideas are we going to take forward? But to start off, we will have some experts because everything we do here is grounded in evidence and expert analysis. We want to hear some expert ideas about various options. So we're going to have some presentations and discussions around food reserves and buffer stocks, around subsidies to some extent, regulatory actions and options, social protection, what to do about the informal sector, learning from other experiences like Brazil, for instance, and direct interventions in the food system. So these are the issues that we're covering, but think about others as you go through the day today, because we have these questions. If you've got the program in front of you, if you go to the last page, you'll find on the right-hand column, these are the questions you should keep in mind during today. What could work in South Africa to improve food affordability? What are the possible unintended or negative outcomes from such interventions? In other words, what are the counter-arguments? How can any potential negative outcomes and arguments be addressed? If you take a certain action and it's got some consequences which are negative, what can we do about that? Who are the main actors that could make the interventions happen? So if we come up with an agenda, who are we going to target that agenda to? Is it government? Is it the corporates? Who are going to actually be the targets for action? And then finally, just for the academics, the knowledge gaps and the research needs. What do we still need to know more about that we don't know? We did some of this yesterday in the discussion groups as well. What are the knowledge gaps? Okay, so we're going to start the presentations and discussion sessions. We're going to have the same as yesterday, basically presentations followed by discussions. The first presenter is Jane Battersby, who's online from UCT, African Centre for Cities at UCT. And Jane, when you start off, maybe you could just tell us a little bit about IPES Food, which you also represent today. And your presentation is on international and South African perspective on the need for action and options for food affordability. Can we have that flighted?
Jane, can you share from your side, or do you want us to put it up this side?
Yeah, let me share from my side. That's fine.
Thanks, Jane. Over to you.
Okay. Okay, just checking. Can you see my slides? And can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can see.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person, but also I think you should be grateful because I'm not sharing my germs. So I'm going to talk about some of the work that IPAS Food is doing around food affordability. So I'm a member of IPAS Food, and I'll explain what that is, but I'm also a researcher at UCT working on food security and food systems, particularly in the urban context. So I'm going to be bringing a little bit of both those perspectives. And so IPAS Food is an international panel of experts on sustainable food systems. We're a global think tank of about 25 researchers and activists from different sectors, working from peasant agriculture to kind of grocery markets to corporate concentration and everything in between. And the mode of engagement of IPAS Food is to produce largely these quite long reports that provide detailed analysis of structural problems in the food system and then a set of solutions, often informed by agroecological principles. We also produce briefs and press releases around things like the Strait of Hormuz, around things like Gaza, do public engagement, and try and provide support for movements. So just a few examples of our recent reports. We've got a new one on digital innovation and thinking around those things, fossil fuels, food from somewhere, which is the territorial markets piece. So these are all kind of, they typically have very deep analysis of the problems and then starting to work towards solutions. And one of the things that's come up for IPAS, as I think for everyone, has been this increasing concern around food affordability. And the concern of IPAS is we're seeing this increased global concern about food affordability and the cost of living crisis. And in some places, we're seeing the kind of the rise of some quite progressive politics around affordability. So if you think back to the mayoral election in New York and the presence of the conversation about public grocery stores, obviously the work that's being done in Brazil, some of the kind of manifesto promises within the Green Party in the UK, a lot of progressive conversations around affordability. And we think this kind of moment provides an opportunity for renewed conversations about the food system structure. But at the same time, we're also seeing a risk. We're seeing the kind of politicization of the food affordability debate. And so you'll find things like the burgeoning right-wing movements apportioning blame over the cost of living crisis onto migrant populations, the kind of quite a reactionary politics around food affordability. And at the same time, we're seeing kind of the doubling down of this logic of the industrial food system that if we just produce more, then we'll reduce prices. And so IPAS seeks to speak into that. And so we're in a process of developing a new work stream, a new report, and are really looking for partnership on that. So within the work stream that we're doing, as typical with IPAS, we're really spending time trying to unpack kind of where the dominant narratives are leading us and the trap that takes us down. Because I think if we don't, we've spoken about this yesterday, it seems, but if we don't surface those, if we don't highlight kind of where these dominant narratives lead us to, then we're going to see changes in the food system, changes in social protection systems that can actually make things worse. All right, so the IPA's position is really taking a rights-based entry point, trying to move food affordability away from simply being about finances, but being about a fundamental human right to access to food. And so a lot of the opening part of the report is going to be unpacking this affordability narrative, starting with this false savings trap, which essentially saying is like, we've got to move away from this simplistic advocacy for cheaper foods alone, because making food cheap is not the same as making for food properly, really affordable or adequate. I think I heard already the conversation about, well, in the rush for making food cheaper, that may have impacts on the food system labor force, which we already know is often the lowest paid jobs in the system. And so when we kind of push for cheap, it often ends up with pushing more processed, engineered, nutrient depleted foods onto the product, onto the system. Cheap calories dumped onto supermarket shelves, and recognizing that cheapness cannot replace things like decent minimum wages, access to affordable housing, functional healthcare, or income support for those who can't work. So I think it's partly kind of highlighting, if we push for cheap, what are the costs of that? Likewise, the income trap, the narrative that if we simply raise, well, simply is nothing simple about it, but if we raise incomes, that'll increase affordability. Yes, but rising purchasing power alone won't produce healthy or sustainable diets. And what we'll see is the kind of maladaptation of the system, pushing more and more unhealthy foods into pockets of people who can technically afford food. So I think we've got to think about what it means to have cheap, what it means to have affordable, and how those things are different. I think the third point is, again, one that's very typically IPAS, is the concern that the narrative simply becomes, well, if we want to make food more affordable, the logic is to produce more. And that does not necessarily translate into cheaper food for consumers. And it generates some of the very kind of conditions and crises that we're seeing. So more production, higher environmental consequences, increasing in agricultural intensification. So we'll see more vulnerability if we're just pushing to reduce costs by producing more. And then finally, this point around unpacking the role of the corporate power within the affordability crisis. And I heard already conversations around transparency, accountability, regulation. So key to what IPAS is doing is trying to highlight these traps so that when the policy conversations come in, we don't fall prey to those pushing those narratives. And so what the pathways being proposed are around increasing purchasing power and social protection, but thinking about how we deunionize labor markets, how we increase social security, how we reduce the precarity of employment. The slight concern I have when we're thinking about increasing social protection as an approach to address food affordability is what we've seen in the South African context over the last 25 years, where we've seen the food system responding to the availability of social grants. We've seen the kind of expansion of the supermarkets going into lower income areas to try and capture the grants. And so I think we have to be quite careful about how we think about social protection. And we cannot think about that out of the context of food system interventions to protect the small scale and the informal and to prevent the rapid expansion of a system that is promoting ultra-processed foods. The second call is around a call for public food infrastructure. So again, building on the conversations around things like public grocery stores, but in our context, thinking about, well, what kind of investment is possible in municipal markets, in hawkers markets, and those kind of entry points as ways for providing affordability, for providing livelihoods, which makes food more affordability without increasing the environmental and social costs of the system, which then pushes towards this move towards agroecological transitions, trying to think about how we invest in territorial markets, local procurement systems, agroecological production as a way to try and reduce import dependency and make the food system less vulnerable to external shocks. And so at the heart of it is this conversation about integrating economic interventions, food system interventions, and food system transformation more broadly, and doing it in the context of really understanding the inequities in the system, where the most vulnerable lie, and ensuring that the interventions that are being made are targeting the most vulnerable, excuse me, including obviously women, people with disabilities, migrants, children, and therefore targeting our social protection policies explicitly towards those directions. And then finally, the last point around the IPES work is that in moving into the conversations about food affordability and recognizing that food affordability moves beyond food prices, moves beyond social protection, and thinks around those, I think were termed shadow costs as well, is then thinking about, well, what kinds of partnerships are necessary beyond the usual food system activists to affect this change. And so the IPES process is at the moment trying to build that solidarity. And that is part of why it's so great to have this opportunity to speak here, because the process here is taking place at the same time as IPES is moving forward. And so we're looking to have engagement with trade unions, labor movements, anti-poverty organizations, social protection advocates, peasant and smallholder farmer organizations, disability rights activists, housing activists, really trying to build that conversation about what food affordability means in its wider context. And so IPES is particularly keen to make more connections around Global South activism, and therefore would really like to build into this conversation and think about how the how the work that's being done in this symposium can partner with the work that IPES is going to be doing over the next year. And sorry, my voice is completely gone. And that's my final slide. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks, Jane. It seems like your voice lasted just long enough for the presentation, but maybe not long enough to answer questions. But we'll try. Or we'll ask you to try. So any responses, immediate responses to that very interesting overview from Jane about the IPES process and the report that they're working on? Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, just a quick question. Thanks very much for that, Jane. That was super useful in terms of thinking of some of the components and intervention areas for affordability as we move into the day. So my question is just about your point about engaging with a wider array of actors than just food system actors. So you mentioned trade unions, anti-poverty organizations, and so on. So would you be able to say more about kind of how IPES operates in this regard? So would it be in specific national contexts? Is it kind of global representative organizations of these sectors? Just understand more about kind of IPES's practical approach in terms of advancing these intervention areas. Thanks.
Yeah.
I think maybe take these questions one at a time, Jane, so that your voice has time to recover in between.
Thank you. I had to take a student field trip yesterday and it just completely destroyed me. So Andrew, at the moment, IPES is kind of moving into new ground. So obviously it's had these long partnerships with organizations like Via Campesina, etc. What we're talking about at the moment is probably having a couple of strategic country entry points. So as you know, Raj Patel and Errol Schweitzer are very involved in the US context and would be able to network into that. And the idea is we take a couple of country deep dives. And so it might then be partnering with in Brazil with Conseia and then working out from there. And the idea is that ideally South Africa would be one of those entry points and would start to build a specific component of the report from this context. It's quite hard to think about this in a global context because obviously some of the problems are quite global, but they have local manifestations and local politics. So I think it is going to be necessary to think around local alliances to speak to the global problems.
I've always thought that Conseia is a great model for South Africa to emulate or adapt. And I hope that if the National Food Council ever gets going, that we kind of look to the Conseia approach. Stephen Greenberg.
Yeah, thanks, Jane. I just want to raise, I mean, it's really a comment more than anything, but this issue of doubling down on the logic of the industrial food system, because I think that we can see the response, for example, to the increase in fertilizer prices is that governments are now subsidizing fertilizer. and the fertilizer industry is coming in and saying how they can like improve their system. So when we dealing with this question, we've got to look at the balance between what can you do immediately in terms of food insecurity. And in some ways, I mean, I think it's quite clear that this is really a crisis and we need to have some sort of like mass campaign on emergency food relief as your first thing that you do. And how do you organize that? But your interventions can't be such that they entrench the existing system. We have to also have that longer term view of social justice, transformation of the food system, democratization, ownership, different kinds of models, which takes longer. But our immediate intervention shouldn't be acting in opposition to that kind of longer term agenda. So we have to try and see how these two balance.
Yeah, any response, Jane?
I mean, other than to say I completely agree. I think some of the longer term conversations around the kind of disaster development nexus are quite helpful because it does demand that we don't entrench existing power in our emergency responses. Yeah.
Okay, Florian Kroll, Flo.
Thanks, Jane. Yeah, sorry about your voice. I've also been through the same flu. Hope you recover fast. It's good to hear you nonetheless. So my question is around the point you made concerning the use of these food scarcity narratives to drive kind of right-wing and populist politics. And obviously this has relevance globally, I think both in the US and in Europe and the UK. But I'm wondering what your perspective of that is in the South African context and how that plays out here locally, given our particular dynamics and how our food system operates and how our particular politics operate in terms of nationalism and populism and so on. Thanks, Jane.
Yeah, thanks, Flo. But I think in our context, it lands a bit differently. And so I would say that the kind of, let's call it xenophobic rhetoric and practice that we see with regards to the informal sector in many parts of the country are indicative of this. And that often is around kind of access to jobs and the questions around kind of food safety that play out. But I see it as being the same overarching point around access to resources, access to concerns around access to affordable, nutritious, and safe food, and how there's the scapegoating that goes on in that space. So I think it plays out slightly differently, but I think that kind of that politics of scarcity, be that scarcity of affordable food, scarcity of employment, scarcity of access to resources, we don't address the structural problems. We apportion blame to the outsider.
Okay, any others? If not, I have two. But Mark Vegerief, one.
Yeah, hi Jane. Thanks very much for the input. There's one question of clarity and then another question for your input. I heard you saying something about deunionizing, but I'm not sure if I misheard. I just wanted clarity on what you were saying about unions and deunionizing, because it kind of sounded like you were promoting deunionizing. So just want to be clear on that. Maybe you are, that's fine, if you want. But then, I mean, I really appreciate the holistic approach you're advocating for. Nevertheless, I kind of want to push you to see, do you have any suggestion of like, where could we start? What would be a key intervention to start with? Much as I fully agree, we need the holistic approach. Thanks.
Mark, I absolutely did not. If I said deunionization, absolutely did not mean it. No. I mean, I think unionized labor is really integral in the food system, and I think what we've seen around the kind of efforts to deunionize has been fundamentally deleterious to the system. In terms of entry points, I think in our context, I think the public markets are a central entry point, and thinking around kind of the link between the wholesale and the retail in those public markets, and potentially the use of those public markets as sites for potentially for public procurement are ways forward. So just yesterday I was out at the Cape Town Fresh Produce Market, and again just the kind of mechanisms that are in place, they're not perfect by any stretch, but I think the municipal markets are central to food affordability. And in Cape Town, they've now got the Epping Paradise Hawkers Market. And again, just the ways in which that is making affordability real in the lives of people. There is the direct purchasing from farms and then direct sales onto hawkers or individuals. I think this is central, and I think that the neglect by the state of those public markets has been problematic.
Yes, Amanda.Moby.
So, yeah, I really appreciated what Jane said about the social protection and the kind of adaptation of these big companies. One of the things that I found interesting is when the SRD grant came to be, we started seeing that, like a ShopRite started making these 350 bundles and so on. But now they've moved on beyond just food, like this year we saw the introduction of the 350 stationery. And then we also saw the processing companies like Tiger Brands. Tiger Brands now has a cool 360 package that it sells every month. And it's so interesting to me also just the logic, right? We know these are bad corporates and so on. But at the same time, you'd imagine, given that they're the biggest beneficiaries of social protection, that they would support it. But all the time you see this kind of like companies like oppose, the dependency and all of these wild arguments. It seems to go against the logic of how much they benefit. And so that's an interesting one to me, a big contradiction in how they operate as well. Just from their own logic around who benefits, they seem to miss the mark given, yeah, just how much they have a stake in it.
Jane?
Yeah, I mean, nothing to add, simply to agree.
Yeah, great comment. Okay, if there's no one else, I'm going to ask a question. I had two questions, but in order to save your voice, I'm going to ask one and make the other a comment. So the question is, I was struck by the fact that right at the beginning, you said that the main entry point for IPE's work is a rights-based approach. And I just wonder if you could elaborate a bit on what that means in practical terms. Obviously, if you're talking about research on price margins, that's not necessarily leading to a rights-based approach. So what does it mean, taking a rights-based approach? And while you think about that, let me just make my comment. Yesterday, we had a bit of a debate about whether the food system is broken. And you mentioned the word, which is actually exactly how I see it. I don't see the food system as broken personally. I see it as maladapted. And I think you used that word. And you gave some examples of how it's maladapted. So, for example, in the drive to produce cheap food, we are leading to more and more consumption of ultra-processed food, instant noodles and so on. Cheap but bad food. In the drive to produce more food, we're leading to concentration of production in commercial farmers, driving out smallholders, driving out agroecological options, and so on. We're leading in the entire food system towards concentration and corporatization. And finally, this point that was just picked up about how social protection even is being captured by the food system in the way that they attract consumers and get their social grants off them. So I think to me, I would frame it as a maladapted food system. But that's just a comment, unless you want to add anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think the maladaptation frame is very, very useful. And again, I mean, Patrick Caron says, the food system is not broken, it's working exactly as it was designed to do. It's just not working in the interests of most people. But on the rights framework, I think the point is that if we're just thinking about food access, it often then returns to being a market outcome. And we can lean on the market to make it work more effectively. But the right to food and the right to affordable food is a legal and human rights obligation. Okay, and we can have a lot of conversations about what Section 27 actually means in terms of right to food. And I mean, Safura Abdul Karim's done some really interesting work recently around that. But I think if we think about it as a rights-based issue, then we have to think about, well, what is the role of the state in protecting, respecting, and fulfilling that right? And the danger is, I think, if we think about affordability simply in terms of access, in terms of being able to purchase, or access in terms of the state providing, then we're addressing that kind of fulfillment part of the right to food, but not thinking about necessarily the kind of food system that the state can protect or respect. And so I think that it pushes us to think more deeply about affordability beyond simply the price and about the kind of multiple entry points that the state actually has an obligation to ensure the affordability of food. Does that make sense, Stephen?
Makes sense to me. Thanks very much. I think maybe that's it for now. Jane, thank you so much, especially given your health condition right now. We really appreciate the effort that you took to provide this framing presentation for today's session. You're very welcome, I think, to stay online if you want to join later sessions. But we're now going to move on to some specific intervention options. So thanks very much, Jane.
Thanks all.
So our next presentation is by Noncedo Vutulu, and it's about food reserves and buffer stocks. So if we could have the presentation and the presenter. Also from UCT.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Can I ask that my slides are run from your side, please?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you. So my name is Noncedo Vutula. Those that cannot pronounce the click, call me Noni. I work for the Nelson Mandela School of Public Governance, and I am the Chief Research Officer for Regional Integration and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. In my previous work, I used to be with the Department of Agriculture, and at some point I was posted to the World Trade Organization in Geneva, where I covered the agriculture negotiations. So that's the link between the presentation of today and myself. Part of my work in the WTO was to look at what is called public stockholding for food security purposes. So I will start by saying what is the difference between food reserves and buffer stocks. These are closely related, but they are not the same. Food reserve is a broad term referring to any stored food held for purposes such as emergency responses, food security, or strategic needs. Buffer stocks, on the other hand, are a specific type of food reserve that are actively managed to stabilize prices and manage supply fluctuations by buying during surplus periods and releasing during shortages. In simple terms, all buffer stocks are food reserves, but not all food reserves function as buffer stocks. So we can move to the first slide, which really shows what I'm going to be talking about.
Noncedo, I'm afraid you have to pause. We're having troubles with the transmission on the side. If you don't mind just hanging on, just waiting a second.
All right.
We can see it on the small screen, but not on the big screen. There it is. It was there. It was there. It disappears again. It looks like the projector also has a cold this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. It comes and goes. I'm trying to change the page. Okay. All right. It looks like it's back. So if you can, oh, it's gone again.
HDMI cable. Can you put it in the chat? HDMI cable.
Oh, you put it on your computer. Sorry, Nonkedo, we're just gonna switch your PowerPoint to a different computer. Sorry about
Okay.
the delay. Yeah, just make it. Good. Let's see. How do I- Yeah. it's okay. Pardon? Still the might be able to project it though. I'm wondering if we connect. Where's Mandela? If we connect his computer. So, Nonkedo, can you see the slides on your side now? Still.
Yes, I can see the slides.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Excellent. Please continue.
Thank you. So I'm going to be covering those areas that I listed. I will talk a bit about the history of the buffer stocks and who uses the buffer stocks. Then I'll proceed to talk about the case studies of successful food reserves and then key provisions on food security under the World Trade Organization's Agreement on Agriculture. And then I'll move on to talk about the food security hotspots in Africa. And then I'll talk about the policy instruments and tools that I think can be used to use buffer stocks in the African context, but also in the South African context. Can we move to the next slide, please?
Yes, we can.
So this slide is talking about the history of the buffer stocks, starting from the ancient origins where China, Rome, and Egypt used buffer stocks to store grain to prevent famine. It also used it to control reserves for commodity survival. Moving on to the next phase, which is early market systems between 17th and the 19th century, grounding, urbanization, and trade and grain reserves used to stabilize supplies, and then the early improvement of intervention in times of scarcity. Then on phase 3, which is the policy institutionalization between the 1930s and the 1970s, where we saw the use of buffer stocks in response to the Great Depression, as well as during the food security need as a result of the post-World War II. And then it was also used as international commodity agreements and food aid programs, which happened a lot after the World War II. Moving on to the period between the 1960s and the 1980s, we saw the use of green revolution increasing for food production, and then large national reserves established, particularly in India and China. And then the focus mainly in that period has been on self-sufficiency, but also on price stability. Then moving on to this current time, which I've taken it from year 2007 to the present moment, where we saw food prices increasing between 2007 and 2008, and COVID-19 in 2019, 2020, and then we also using it as a response to climate change. And then also the more focus is now on food resilience and managing of risks. So we see that buffer stocks have evolved from simple grain storages to strategic instruments that strengthen resilience, stabilize prices, and protect the most vulnerable. Can we move to the next slide, please? And this slide talks about the global use of buffer stocks for food security purposes. We see that Asia has got large buffer stocks reserves, India, China, Indonesia, the Philippines, which are state controlled, and they are quite big in size and also the magnitude that they cover. In Africa and Latin America, they are mainly used for strategic purposes. We see in countries such as Ethiopia, Nigeria, Brazil, Mexico, that they are used in critical stages, but also limited in scales and also the way they respond to crisis. Then we also have a big regional buffer stocks. We have one in ECOWAS, which is used mainly to respond in times of crisis. And then we have a very good example in ASEAN, which is used also for food security purposes, but also in times of crisis to manage shocks. Looking at the developed economies, we see that they don't use buffer stocks, but they use a different mechanism. They rely mainly on domestic subsidies and the market supply and demand. Then let's move to the next slide. So this slide shows the case study of the successful performance of buffer stocks. I'm starting with Africa. In Ethiopia, they use buffer stocks mainly for emergency responses, and I have categorized it as moderate because of the time that they take to respond, but also the availability of resources. Sometimes they don't have enough resources or stored capacity of grain to release in times of need. We also have one in Kenya, also used for grain reserve, and the objective is price and food security, and it works very well in supply stabilization. But also similarly to the one in Ethiopia, they also have shortages sometimes, and they don't respond fast enough in times of need. Moving on to Indonesia, they have a very big one in Indonesia, which is used for price stabilization. It is very strong in coordination and logistics, and the governments in Indonesia are quite well coordinated when it comes to this buffer stock, so its performance is high. We have another one in Brazil, which is social linked, and its objective is to store food, but also to ensure that farmers are involved and capacitated to produce so that there can be food that can be stored. It works very well and is linked to farmer production programs, and that one is also ranked as high in performance. The one in Mexico is also for strategic reserves, and it's used for supply stability, and it is used to manage shocks, and that one also is ranked as moderate. Moving on to the next slide. So now I'm coming to what the Agreement on Agriculture of the World Trade Organization is saying about food security. The terminology that they use in the WTO is public stockholding for food security purposes. Under the agreement. Hello?
Sorry, you dropped for a couple of minutes there. So you were just telling us about Brazil.
Okay.
Can you go back to there?
Yeah, I'll go back to that one. And with your permission, I will switch off my camera. I think it's affecting my audibility. So I was saying on that slide of the performance of buffer stocks, I was saying Brazil, the one that they have in Brazil is linked to the farmer support and production. And it's linked to farmer programs, and it's very high in performance because of the quantities that they can produce, but also the impact that it has both for the food security purposes, but also for production in Brazil, so that there is food for storage that is produced at farmer level rather than getting it from somewhere else. It's also ranked high because of the logistics that are involved in terms of production, and then the distribution network that is available closer to the production areas. And then moving on to Mexico, I said that theirs is for strategic reserves, and it is used mainly for supply stability, and it is also used for managing shocks. And that one is also ranked as moderate, also because of coordination issues in Mexico. And then moving on to the next slide, which is about the Agreement on Agriculture in the WTO. It does have a provision on food security, and the way it's phrased is called public stockholding for food security purposes. It allows for food reserves and buffer stocks, but the issue is always about trade distortion versus food security. And the key focus is how governments procure and release these stocks. So there has been a lot of debate that some countries like India and China procure under the guise of food security, but they release it to the market and it distorts trade. There's a lot of debate, pros and cons around that one. I'll talk later about it in detail. Still on the World Trade Organization, now I'm moving on to the next slide. On the World Trade Organization, the annexes, there's one annex 2 of the agreement, which talks specifically about the green box where public stockholding is allowed and it should not be trade distorting. And then we also have Article 6, which is talking about the amber box, which shows that support is counted if prices above market prices. So if I may dwell a little bit on this one, for public stock holdings to be considered as non-trade distorting, it should be procured using market prices instead of administered prices. So if it's procured under administered prices, they don't regard it as non-trade distorting. So there's still a lot of debate around that one as well. And one of the issues on market prices versus administered prices is that The reference prices that are used to calculate administered prices are based on the 1986 to 1988 prices, which is quite outdated and still not accommodating the changes, particularly in inflation. The next point there is about de minimis. There's a certain percentage that is allowed that if you procure for public stockholding, you should not exceed 10% of the value of production of that particular commodity. I've already elaborated on the administered prices versus the market prices and as well as the reference price. Moving on to the next slide. This is about the decision on public stockholding for food security purposes that was arrived at during a ministerial meeting of the World Trade Organization in 2013 in Bali, where it was agreed that there will be a peace clause which allows developing countries some flexibilities to use public stockholding for food security purposes without being penalized if they reach a limit, so that they are allowed to continue procuring without being penalized and considered as trade distorting. So this provision says that countries can exceed limits for food security programs. The condition is that they should notify the WTO when they use public stockholding exceeding that particular percentage. And then it should also be minimal trade distorting. And then that Bali decision, the peace clause, is subjected to ongoing negotiations so that a permanent solution on public stockholding is reached. It continues to be discussed in the different ministerial meetings, even the one that was held recently in Cameroon. This was part of the discussions. The issues on the current discussions in this is the expansion of the list of commodities that should be allowed to be exempted as trade distorting under the public stockholding for food security purposes, as well as the countries that should be benefiting on public stockholding for food security purposes. So that debate continues in the WTO. And then moving on to the next slide.
Pedro, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. The next slide is about the poverty and food security hotspots in Africa. It's got different colors, which talks about minimal stress to emergency and famine conditions. What I want to highlight in that slide is that the most severe hotspots are in Mali, Niger, Chad, and Burkina Faso. And some of these countries have moved from the ECOWAS regional economic community, and now they are on their own in terms of managing food insecurity. Yeah, I will move to the next slide in the interest of time, which now focuses on the South African context on food security. That slide speaks to what is it that should happen in South Africa in terms of accommodating food security and using the reserves. It starts by showing the hotspots that are in Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and others in KZN, which is not as severe as Limpopo and Eastern Cape. So KZN and Mpumalanga and Northwest are not as severe as the Eastern Cape. And then also what should happen at local level in terms of assisting the current food insecurity situation in South Africa. That we do have spaza shops in South Africa that are highly politicized at the moment, but there is a need for them to be well regulated in terms of what is it that they stock, and also monitoring in terms of the quality of what they stock, because they are closer to the communities that are food insecure, as well as the pricing, the way they price the commodities that they sell, that they should be accommodating the state should intervene to ensure that the prices are not exorbitant in the spaza shops. I will move on to the next slide, which is the instruments, policy instruments and tools that I think South Africa can use to circumvent food insecurity at local level. I think that there is an opportunity for strategic food reserves. We know that South Africa is a market-based system, but I think there's an opportunity for strategic food reserves as well as targeted emergency stocks that should be stored in the food reserves. And then we should link this to the social programs that are available, and also consider a regional buffer stock system within the SADC region, noting that when there is food shortage in the neighboring states of South Africa, there's always an expectation that South Africa should supply the basic food commodities to our neighboring states. There is a debate in this area because, for an example, in the WTO, I spoke about what the public stockholding is saying in terms of expansion of countries that should benefit from public stockholding. South Africa is one of those countries that are listed as future beneficiaries of public stockholding, but the commercial farmers who benefit from lack of public stockholding, lack of buffer stocks, are discouraging this debate in the WTO through their lobby groups. Moving on to the next slide, continuing on the policy instruments, I think there should be support. Okay, firstly, South Africa's support, I think, is very minimal. Having served in the WTO and seen what other countries are providing in terms of their support to farmers, I think it's very minimal. I think the focus should focus on seeds, fertilizer, small implements. That's what is currently happening, but I think it could be magnified to cover bigger areas. And they also support smallholder farmers. I think that also should be expanded to boost local food production. I think there's a need to support the backyard food gardens in our communities. I think they help a lot in terms of food security. The other intervention, I think, should be price support in terms of subsidizing basic food items and improving affordability, also to protect the vulnerable households. I think there should be additional support for subsidies in terms of paraffin, transport, electricity for low income households, as well as the reduction of cost of food. I think we also need to use our trade policy, trade remedies in terms of putting tariffs on imports of the commodities that are used for food security purposes in South Africa. An example is that of poultry, where we see a lot of poultry being dumped in South Africa and distorting the market. I will pause there and see if there are any questions from your side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mkero, and thanks for persisting despite the technology problems. Luckily, it worked in the end. Any comments on this important issue has been put on the agenda? We don't talk about it enough, I think. Yes, just introduce yourselves as you ask your question.
Hi, I'm Koketso. So in terms of the global case studies, right, the Indonesia one around the price stabilization, at a high level, can you just explain to me how it works? As in, this happens, this is the response, and the impact on price stabilization, just so that I can picture it.
Okay. So in Indonesia, during times of shocks, the state buys these commodities at administered prices. Remember, I spoke about administered versus market prices, meaning at a lower rate than the going rate of that commodity. Then at times of shock, then the state releases it so that the poor communities get it either for free or at a lower rate, ensuring that when the prices are increasing and the poor communities who would have been affected, they get cushioned from that price shock because they get it either for free or at lower prices. but is supposed to be purely for food security purposes. These stocks are not supposed to find themselves in the market, distorting markets. That's how it works. The reason why it is viewed as being high in performance is that the Indonesian coordination mechanism is very fast in responding when there's a time of crisis, but also it is also well stocked so that there's no shortages of these stocks when there is a need, a crisis.
You have a follow-up? Okay. Flo?
Thank you for that really interesting presentation. My name is Flo at UWC, Center of Excellence in Food Security. I noted the reference to WTO rules, which limit this kind of stock holding in order to avoid trade distortion. And I'd like to know if you could explain to us what the levers are and why the WTO rules are firstly prioritizing this issue of not distorting trade, and secondly, what influence they have on our policy. In other words, how they can limit our freedom here locally in terms of stock holding. Thank you.
Okay. So when the WTO was started, the main countries that were involved were the developed countries. The developing countries joined the WTO, then the GATT much later. So the interests that were driven at that time of the debates under the GATT were mainly for developed countries. And those discussions and debates found expression in the Agreement on Agriculture and other agreements of the WTO. Why these things are still negotiated, whereas there's an agreement in agriculture, is because many players in the WTO, mainly the developing countries, are still unhappy with what the agreement is saying. One of the areas is the public stockholding for food security purposes. Developing countries are saying that it should not be subjected to the WTO rules on trade distortion. But what the agreement is currently saying is saying that if a certain limit is reached, it is subjected to the WTO rules. And then how it affects South African policies. I mentioned that there is continuation of the discussions, firstly on the expansion of the countries that are on the list of beneficiaries of public stockholding. The initial list had a number of countries, and South Africa was not part of those countries. Ne? So the debate is that a number of countries must now be included in that list. Secondly, a number of commodities are not part of that list. For an example, in Africa, we eat a lot of cassava, and cassava is not included in that list. So the ongoing discussions are to expand the countries, but also to expand the commodities. Where does that leave South Africa? In terms of the support that South Africa is providing to its farmers and also for food security purposes, if it reaches that 10% of the value of production for a particular product, it will be subjected to the WTO rules of saying you are distorting trade. But I also mentioned that the support that South Africa provides is very minimal. We are far from reaching that level. So there is room for South Africa to continue providing support. But when it reaches that level of production of 10%, the WTO can raise the concern that South Africa is distorting trade. And where the concern would usually come from is from other member states who are unhappy about what South Africa is saying. Because the way the WTO works is that the states are supposed to monitor themselves. Member states supply the information through transparency mechanisms of what we spend in support, and then the other member states query if you are not you are distorting trade, you are reaching your limit. And then coming to what can happen if South Africa is seen as distorting trade. Ordinarily, a case would be lodged in the WTO dispute settlement mechanism, and there will be a case. But we know that at the current moment, the dispute mechanism of the WTO is dysfunctional because there is no functioning appellate body. So it would ordinarily now be done through arbitration to say country A and country B must meet and try to resolve the issues.
Okay, let's try and get another couple of questions in.
Yeah, thanks. Stephen Greenberg here. I wonder if there's any discussion that's been had about a decentralized model of buffer stock. So, I mean, to an extent, there is a bit of decentralization here, but it still covers a number of provinces. And if we start thinking about a different model of the food system, which is much more localized and where there's much more local production and consumption, could there be a model in which buffer stocks are held at a village level or at a municipal level and managed at that level? Because that also makes the emergency use much easier and much quicker, and you cut out a lot of the big logistics issues. I wonder if it's been part of the debate at all.
Even community grain banks or village grain banks.
The policy tools that I reflected on are the thoughts that a small group of people in South Africa are discussing. It's not discussed at a WTO level. There's a big room for this debate to include the elements that are not included, and the list that I provided is not exhaustive. I didn't mention everything that is being discussed. I mentioned the role of proximity to the local communities. I mentioned just the spaza shop, but the thinking is that it should be close to the local communities that are most vulnerable to food insecurity and also to the exogenous shocks. So there is room to expand on the policy tools.
Okay. Andrew?
Yeah, thanks, Nonkedo. I think my first point was covered by Flo. I was going to ask, in terms of, we know the problems with the WTO, and just in terms of the current status of things, what could South Africa do from tomorrow regarding buffer stocks? But I think you've answered that. Just my second point was going to be about, I like your last slide because in a way it positioned buffer stocks within a broader food security architecture, if you will. And one of the points you had there was around subsidization of electricity and transport costs. And that was a point that was reiterated this morning about how transport and electricity costs, especially for low-income households, have a very big impact on their access to affordable food. So I'm just wondering if that's something for us to think about around when we're talking about mechanisms for affordability. Should we be talking about subsidization of electricity and transport costs? Or should we be talking about, for example, pressuring the state around what's the plan to bring electricity prices down rather than the current upward trend in electricity prices? So it's actually bringing those prices down rather than just subsidizing at the household level or both. So yeah, it's not necessarily a question, just a reflection.
Thank you, Andrew. The first comment you made about what is happening in the WTO, I want to emphasize that a lot of people are saying the WTO is dead. But until the WTO is buried, the WTO is alive. So participation in the WTO is very critical. Ne? When there are meetings, for an example, NEDLEC usually calls stakeholders to debate this thing. It's important that there is representation from everyone and their voices are heard. Commercial agriculture, I mentioned, through the lobby groups, are anti this expansion of the public stockholding to include South Africa. So it's important that we continuously engage and our voices are heard there. And then coming to the next one about the support, I think things continue to increase in South Africa, electricity hikes and. there are various mechanisms that can be used. And I think there should be a combination of mechanisms. We shouldn't focus on one thing. I think what is happening is that the poor communities, not only the poor communities, everyone is feeling the pinch on the petrol hike, on everything. The state should immediately start subsidizing, especially the poor communities in terms of transport and electricity and other resources, while there is ongoing debate of how comprehensively we come up with a mechanism that can cap the impact of the increase in prices.
Thank you. We are running short of time now, so I'm just going to make a comment, and I hope it's okay if we leave it at that. I just wanted to say this is slide 3. It's one of the most beautiful slides I've ever seen. I think it's amazing. It's like a whole book. But there's a very interesting fact, let me say, an interesting gap here, because between 4 and 5, you go to the 1980s, then you go to 2007. But we know what happened in the 1980s and the 1990s. There was this massive attack on public intervention, government intervention in the agricultural sector, which included many governments being forced to close down their buffer stocks, their grain reserves, to stop administering prices, like having a floor price for producers, a ceiling price for consumers. All of that went under the agricultural liberalization agenda pushed by the World Bank and IMF in particular, also USAID. So that gap is very significant because you tell a very positive story about 5,000 years of buffer stocks, and yet we know that there's much less use of them nowadays than there was. So specifically coming to South Africa, I think this is for everybody here. We need to think about what specifically can buffer stocks help South Africa to do in terms of addressing our challenge of food affordability, because most of that buffer stocks in Africa were set up to provide counter-seasonal price stabilization. So when prices rise after the harvest, government buys at the harvest. When prices are low, it stores that grain for 6 months. Then when prices start to rise, it releases that grain onto the market to keep prices stable through the year. We don't have those issues here. So I'm just thinking, let's think through more later on about how a buffer stock system could help us stabilize prices and also manage. We don't also have many serious supply shocks or deficits. So yeah, this is a very important issue, but let's be focused in thinking about how can it help us solve our particular problem of keeping food affordable and accessible for everybody at all times. So I'm not going to allow us to continue this debate, but let's continue afterwards. Thank you very much, Nonqedo. A big round of applause.
Thank you.
And now the next speaker, please stay online if you want to keep involved in the discussion. The next speaker is unfortunately not able to join us. We don't have TIPS represented here today. So we're going to move to the session on regulatory actions, options, considerations, and limitations, constraints. And we're going to have 2 speakers here. We're going to have Ndamandi Sibongiseni from NDA and Harden Ratishushu from the National Consumer Commission. And I believe that they're both in the room, so we'll have a live presentation here on the podium, please.
We're gonna change the program a bit.
Yeah. So can we call the commissioner to come first, please?
Presentation. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you for the invitation. My name is Hadin Rachisusu. I'm Acting Commissioner of the National Consumer Commission. But I'm also, I think, colleague was asking from UP whether I still do work for the Competition Commission. Yes, I do. I'm also Deputy Commissioner there of the Competition Commission. And I'm glad that you have Kahiso here with you. So he's dealing with all Competition Commission matters. And I think he'll probably be dealing with them very, very well. And I think a year or so ago, I chaired the Fresh Produce Market Inquiry. So I think the report is out there, I think, for your consideration. There are a lot of options, at least from the fresh produce space, that we have recommended, some for government and some to strengthen really the capacity, rebuild capacity in South Africa. I think there are a lot of things we are not producing. That's why we are vulnerable to external shocks. Fertilizer, I think, is there. If you look at the seeds, the capacity is not strong. So I think those are the kinds of things that we explored in that inquiry, and I'm hoping that helps, and Kahiso continues to do the work. It will still work, right?
Yes, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so I'll limit my intervention just on the National Consumer Commission and what can be done from a Consumer Protection Act point of view. This computer, I think, it knows it knows the owner. Which one must I use? This one. This one. Okay. Perfect. So I'll just give you briefly the mandate of the National Consumer Commission, what we do, the provisions that are there, some of the constraints we see, and some conclusions. I know that we appeared before the Human Rights Commission. I said there, one of the evidence leaders is here. So we keenly looking forward to the results and outcomes of the Human Rights Commission on this issue. The Public Protector also is looking at this, but broadly from a foodborne illnesses perspective, what regulators can do. So we appeared there also. So there will be 2 of those reports that will come out, I think, to see what can be done to strengthen our ability to respond to these challenges. So the National Consumer Commission is established in terms of Section 85 of the Consumer Protection Act. I just put this here really for your information. But the more important thing is that the Act itself seeks to promote and advance the social and economic welfare of consumers in South Africa, and generally low-income consumers. So this is the bias you'll see from the National Consumer Commission. Those persons who live in remote, isolated, or low-density areas, minors, seniors, or other vulnerable consumers, and those that are illiterate, vision impaired,
or with limited fluency in the language the information is presented. We also, look at many other things, around unfair marketing, unfair business practices, and so forth. We work with provincial authorities on these issues, as well as the two ombuds that are there. So there's one for the motor industry and one generally for consumer goods. So what of course, I just put this is how we start the conversation, that like everyone else, we would like to see a marketplace for consumer goods and services that benefits consumers and contributes to economic growth, industrialization, and sustainability. We do all this to cap. So I think this is where, because South Africa now faces a big question with these conversations. Is the market working or not? I think this is the main question. We are at a point where, in this phase, it's a market-based system, which means we have to allow the market to function. And if the market is not functioning, we then have to intervene ex post. But there could also be scope to set some rules ex ante. Can put some code of conduct if we need to. But mostly this instrument is to deal with conduct after the fact, essentially. It assumes that the market works. But this discussion, I think, is very important to answer that question. Is the market working for South Africa? But if the market is not working, what is the alternative? I also don't think we have the capacity to regulate each and every product that is out there. But then I will speak to you from the perspective of regulation and the existing regulatory architecture. So I will not be theorizing or philosophical about it. My bias is the law I'm tasked to enforce, so please bear with me on that. So through the Consumer Protection Act, we can investigate alleged, unfair pricing practices, ensure compliance with the CPA or the Act, educate consumers, and we can refer matters for adjudication to the National Consumer Tribunal if there are issues. What do we do from a regulatory point of view? We do conduct market monitoring, throughout the country. And this is where we pick up challenges in the marketplace. So what we are finding is that there's a big, huge informal market out there that's trading in goods, food. Some are selling even expired food. Prices are not displayed. So you're talking about prices, but there's a whole lot of industry where the price is not known by the consumer. The consumer finds out when they get to the retailer. They don't even receive receipts, so they can't track what's going on. So from the National Consumer Commission, we are picking up that there is a big area that needs to be attended to, which is the informal market. We intervene here, through compliance notices. We can prosecute. I think we have a case now before the National Consumer Tribunal. They say, well, we can't issue these compliance notices ask people to do certain things. We will be appealing this case because I think the alternative to prosecute each and every case before the tribunal will just make the system dysfunctional. In the tribunal itself can probably hear 10 matters in a quarter. With compliance notices, we are able to correct conduct. You can issue 50, 100, attend to the issues as we find them. We can investigate and refer pricing cases to the tribunal. I've already said, so the key provisions, so I've just listed here for you in the Consumer Protection Act, there's price disclosure. And as I've said, and the impact of this all is that lack of price transparency undermines consumers' ability to make informed comparisons and decisions. So this is not an issue in the formal retail. Prices are there, prices are shown. But in the informal space, there are no prices. So we keep issuing compliance notices. In fact, what I think we're gonna do going forwards is to maybe publish a guideline to assist these informal retailers so that we can be able to know, those prices as we go, is there value in the informal space? But what we've picked up is that, I don't seek to generalize, but we found that this trading of almost expired things, food, these products are sold at a discount. So for the consumers, they think there's high value, but we think long-term it's a risk. You can buy cheap now, but if quality is not good, there may be challenges in the future. So I just put an example here. We find a small company that sells, I think, braai meat and all of that, braai block. So they were not disclosing the full price of the product. So there's a huge service charge they put when people order. So they will find R1 million for that. There's also bundling. So bundling is prohibited also in terms of the Consumer Protection Act. But what we pick up is that, and this conduct is targeted at the poor, I've realized. So the illiterate, the people I've spoken about, say the illiterate. So there are bundles that are more expensive than the individual products. So these bundles in buckets and all of that a consumer cannot even see what's inside. They just see a photo. And this is what's inside. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But in most cases, when we open these bundles and we check the individual prices, the prices are higher. The bundle is sold as an idea. It's a cheaper bundle, but it's really meant to deceive the consumer. There's unfair, so there's this very important provision of the Consumer Protection Act, which is Section 48, which deals with unfair, unreasonable, and unjust pricing. It's a very broad prohibition, which gives us sufficient power to deal with any pricing issues that may be there. I think there were some cases during COVID-19, of price gouging, these issues around garlic, ginger, lemons, and everything. But I think there's also this, I think it becomes a bigger issue when we have crises like now. Can we invoke these kinds of provisions? But they are available to us. I just extend here, on unconscionable conduct in terms of Section 40. And again, this is the instrument that is there. There's the Section 41 that talks to false, misleading, or deceptive representations. These we are picking up mostly now with Black Friday. We have been looking at this and have not been able to find a good case to prosecute, but there are signs that the prices that are being promised are not really discounts at the end of the day. That some prices, either are increasing before that time, they're discounted, and consumers think they're getting discounts, but there are really no discounts. But this is something that I think even academics can help us with. But it requires a little bit of, I've realized, when I'm at the NCC, that we don't have the strong capacity to deal with this. Maybe if I was with Kahiso, I could be presenting something even greater now to you. But I think there's that suspicion that is happening. No, the ACCC in Australia has a big case against Woolworths, not on Black Friday, but that how they increase prices. This is an allegation in Australia, that they start by increasing it, discount it. Right? So they shoot up the price, discount it. But the discount, that it lands at the level where they want the increase. So if they want to increase by 10%, then they'll bump it up 30, 40%, and then say, boom, discount. Now they've secured the increase. So the consumer is like happy, is buying that stuff. So it's a very interesting case we are following in Australia, this one. So that's the Black Friday, but it's a general thing. You can see with retailers, it's very difficult to monitor these prices. Don't know whether there's someone here who has that capacity. But the retailers are changing prices every week. And it's extremely difficult to know whether we are getting good value or not. I track a simple product with Woolworths, just bananas, just pack of 1.2, just for myself. It just shoots up to 54 rand. I say, Jesus, how can they do this? And it comes down to 49, it goes up. Very soon, I think that pack is going to be 60 rand. Right? So, but it's something that if we have good information, we could use the Consumer Protection Act much more to deal with these issues. So, because here, there are no issues of dominance. I think if you look at the Competition Act, yes, it's powerful, but the bar is a bit higher. You need to have dominance, market power, and all of those other things. They have to comply to, are required to supply goods that are safe and of good quality. Oh, okay. So that are subject to standards or any public regulation, right? So this is what is in the Consumer Protection Act. And I say this because when we look at price ourselves, we are also very much interested in the quality and safety of that product. The big debate about sell-by dates best before that it's cheaper to sell these products. We are very much concerned about this idea. In fact, our view is that if the product is coming, it's going to expire at some point. Why then? Why can't it be disposed of before that date? Why must it wait for that date to come? And then we say, well, there may be safety issue. The suppliers don't take responsibility. They say, well, if you can't, we'll destroy this. if you have issues with this. But I think there's something that retailers can do. The big retailers are doing it for the middle class. But when it comes to the lower class, they must consume this product when the dates are really out. So from a Consumer Protection Act point of view, we enforce this with the environmental health practitioners. We insist that these products must be removed from the shelves. I know someone has raised this issue about food security, but unfortunately, we are not scientists. But if we find things that dates that don't make sense to us, we'll remove them. So there is I just mentioned here because this is subject to any public regulation. So the Food, Cosmetic and Disinfectants Act, Regulation 147. I think most of these are coming from Regulation 147. The department is reviewing this. The Department of Health is reviewing this new regulation 337. It's in a draft. I think it should be published soon. And I think this will provide clearer labeling standards, which will assist us in many ways. Now, I've lost this, sorry. I'm on Zoom now.
Just continue.
Oh, I see. Okay, but you can run the slides if you can. Okay. So challenges and limitation. So I just have to mention that we do not regulate the prices per se as the NCC through the Consumer Protection Act. We look at the outcomes in the market and make a judgment call, whether is this something we should intervene on or not. And there are many other factors that we have to contend with. I think this intervention is very limited because there are a lot of things that are happening, around the value chain, supply chain disruptions, many other things that are happening that we need to contend with. As I've said, we have the challenges in the informal retail space, spaza shops and street vendors. So pricing there is very difficult to monitor. And whether the poor are getting good value or not, we don't know. But the challenge is with the informal market that people think they're getting a very good price. They think they're getting a good price, but sometimes it's not the case. But we can't tell because we don't know. Because those prices are not listed there. If I find a guy selling bananas in the street, I just see him selling, he says 20. Whether the pack size is small or big, we really don't know. So I think there's a lot of unknowns that I have to flag here for you. The intervention itself can take long. And I need to be upfront with this. So enforcement is not a very quick thing. So if we have to do this through the tribunal, it will take time. The other regulator I work for, the Competition Commission, we have not taken any case on food because of pricing difficulties. It is very difficult to say this price is good or this price is bad. This price is excessive, this price is not excessive. So those processes, if you rely on regulation, it will take time. But also there are overlapping, regulatory mandates on this. As I've said, we have to, decide, if it's quality standards, they have to be applied across so that at least the retailers or whoever is competing on fair terms. And what are the options? At least for us as the regulator, we can do more. We can do more inspections. We can do all of this. But I'm beginning to take a view that we probably need to formalize the informal sector, because this enforcement after enforcement is not going to yield much result anytime soon. Because each time we go out, I send my team out, they find non-compliance each time. I just know that if I say go to Free State, when they come back, they say, bad things. But it's all same things. Someone is selling expired things, someone is selling, doesn't have prices, someone no sales records, nothing. So we don't know what's going on there. So I can promise you that we can do something about this, but I don't think this should be where we put our hope that the Consumer Protection Act is going to be that magic wand. Of course, we have to continue collaborating interagency. We'll do our best on consumer education. But which is what you're doing today, is that I think there's a lot of interagency collaboration that we need to engage on how to deal, with pricing issues in the country, the food systems, increase transparency and so forth. But as I've said, I just thought it looks like it's a very small and safe space that I can at least tell you what we can do, what are the limits, and that we look forward to the outcomes of these deliberations. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think in the interest of time, we're going to go straight to the second presentation and then take questions, if that's okay with you. While the second speaker is coming, I just wanted to pick up on one thing quickly. You said that bundling is illegal. Does that, or is prohibited? Does that mean that hampers are actually illegal?
Yes, if there's no value from the hamper. Yeah, so bundling is bundling is illegal when you are forced only to buy the bundle. So maybe let me just be, if you are forced. So you cannot be forced to say, no, you can only take a bundle. But I was just saying it's illegal to have a bundle that does not correspond to the value of the goods in the bundle. So you can't deceive the consumer by saying my bundle is better, but when we check inside, it's more expensive. Yes, so you're deceiving the consumer. And this is targeted really at the poor. I mean, the old people, because it's convenient to just pick the bucket. Yes, right. They can't be going in one shop, this, that, comparing things. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Into the sun. Ish, network so funny.
I think this is the outline of our presentation. We're going to be looking into the legislative and constitutional mandate. And obviously the sector policies that we have developed from time immemorial. I think what Mayor Butula did, having been in the department, has done justice at a global level. I think we're going to zoom into the country level in terms of where we're coming from the 1994 all the way to 2025, and be able to expose colleagues to that. At heart, it's about transforming the sector and make sure that we broaden the players that need to be there, and there are global shifts, and we've got strategies that we have developed, which are intended to drive the industry growth and inclusion. And we'll conclude our presentation. I think this one is because you've got researchers in the room, and I always say it is always easy when we are dealing with the matters of food prices and market structure to speak from a research perspective, but always challenging to speak from a regulator point of view and a policymaker, because you must balance many and many interests. And we cannot afford to have a country that is part of G20 that does not have sustainable economy, agricultural economy being one of the critical contributors to the GDP, and even also our global participation that we have, our global market. We are an export-oriented sector in a greater extent. So we've got to balance all of that. And I think striking a balance is always a difficult issue, because we have got a consumer on the other side, which we also don't want the consumer to be bearing the brunt of the market forces and the fluctuations and the volatility that exists within the fluctuations that happens. Some of the other things are beyond your control. Global fuel prices are beyond the state control, but they impact, and also it's litmus test of how critical your statutes are in terms of enabling consumer to be able to move forward. But I think from where we're coming from, the agricultural mandate is inherent in the Constitution. Schedule 4, Part A provides this area to be a concurrent competency between ourselves and the national, at the national level and the provincial level, but also with an extension to the entities that are answerable to our minister. In this instance, we have got NAMC, which is very central to the discussion we're having today. We've got the PPECB for our own export. We've got the Agriculture Research Council, OBP for the vaccines. We've got the Wine Trust, which deals with the wine industry and regulation and all of that. And SAVC, which deals with the South African Veterinary Council in terms of professionalizing the service there. So if you look into the role of local government, particularly, I think it's been touted by the other colleagues, it becomes very important for one to note that they've got a very central role in terms of certification of compliance by the manufacturers in terms of the food, and obviously the fresh produce markets that they have, which are a marketing space. And I think the Competition Commission, together with ourselves, we have done an inquiry on that. We have looked into the parameters and to see to it that it actually enables for broader participation. But furthermore, the Constitution on Section 27, 1B, I hope my colleague yesterday did highlight on this matter, Tate Ramloja, who's joining us now, because they're coming from the food security core business of the department. But the issue of food prices and unaffordability of food, it's in a way a counter to the Section 1B, 27.1B, that says everybody has a right to have access to food, and sufficient food for that matter, and water. And I think the discussion we're having today will help us, I think, from a department point of view, to look into these matters and see how do we then take reasonable legislative measures and other measures within our available resources to progressively realize this right in particular. We have an act that we have established, and part of these legislative mandates that we have established is the Marketing of Agricultural Produce Act of 1996. And I think this is a very critical act that, in a way, if you look into the agriculture market in South Africa, it sets the tone in terms of us being a liberalized market, being a market-led system. But it in a way provides avenues for our minister to convene or to intervene into the agricultural marketing of products in South Africa through statutory measures, which are basically your practical tools. You could look into them from the levies point of view, the export controls and record keeping and registration. Very important where we're coming from. And I think Mevutula did justice in terms of the discussions that happened towards the formation of the World Trade Organization. So in a nutshell, it's important for us as a country to look into this and say, at an industry level, how do we deal with the issue of financing? How do we deal with the issue of research? How do we deal with the issue of marketing? How do we deal with the issues of transformation, which I've highlighted in the main? So this becomes our legislative mandate where we're coming from. There's quite a lot of other legislation that we're having as a department, which basically, if you look in where we are coming from, the 31 years of our journey is characterized by different policy shifts, both at a macro and at a sectoral level. At a macro level, it has been shaped by many policies, but I think for this purpose of this discussion today, one has highlighted the few. So the pre-1994 era, there is a 1994 to 2015 era that you want to expose yourself to. There is a 2015 to 2025 era that you also want to expose the colleagues to. But if you look into the pre-1994, this is where the South Africa's free market system was being discussed. And at this level, we were preparing for a democratic era where we need to look into our laws, we look into the sector subsidies, we look into the property clause in the Constitution, the institutional reforms that through a negotiated settlement to then be able to reduce the commodity-specific subsidies that the majority of the white minority farmers were benefiting in the previous government. And at this point in time, we then developed the RDP. We were also looking into us reversing the impact of the Native Land Act, the Group Areas Act, and the legacy thereof by establishing a policy environment and institutions that are going to be implementing the government program of action. We had the first democratic government. We had multiple economic policies that we developed, SCISA, RDP, NGP, and others. But very important for this discussion is the Strauss Commission on Agricultural Reforms, which had provided actually recommendations. Some of them were adopted in the Marketing of Agricultural Produce Act of 1996. And also furthermore, other legislation that we had, particularly the one that I highlighted in red, which is the Agricultural Act, Agricultural Research Act of 86 of 1990, which formulated the Agricultural Research Council. And the issue of seeds and the issue of variety development as we move towards climate change and many other international forces that we're having is actually inherently covered by the role that ARC is playing. From post-1994 to 2015, we saw the World Trade Organization being formulated. We also had now the Strauss Commission recommendations being implemented in some of our policies, including CASP. We had the Marketing of Agricultural Produce Act of 1996 enacted and implemented. We had Agriculture Credit Act that was repealed, and the boards that were closed in 1998, which was one of the other areas that has reduced the capability of the state to support farmers. And I think that's very important in terms of productivity. Land Bank was formulated, and we had SAFEX and commodity boards that were reformed. The Competition Act came into being, and obviously in this era as well, we started having the impact on land reform policies that we were trialing at the time. With the SLAG, with the LRIT, with the E5050, with the ESTA, with the restitution. Now we're having the proactive land acquisition strategy. This is very important if you look into the issues of land, because what we do when we acquire land as a state, we actually remove the productive assets that are currently in the system and be able to then reprioritize them for the ownership perspective. And that becomes very important in terms of how they become sustainable moving forward. But then what were the outcomes of this? We had a reduced state support in terms of agriculture development, which then resulted in the winner and losers phenomena. I think our special envoy or agriculture envoy in the presidency always highlighting to these matters. I don't like that language, but it is the reality. It's a reality of what has happened, where we had the concentration of the agriculture value chain, where processing and retail had more power in determining the food prices. And I think one deliberately wanted to listen first to the council in terms of this area, because this is what our agriculture marketing, National Agriculture Marketing Council is looking into in terms of reviewing the Marketing of Agricultural Produce Act of 1996 to be able to reduce that concentration capability, allow for other players to come in and be able to have more competition, which we believe will have an impact on the pricing structure and even the prices ultimately. The government-funded bulk handling of infrastructure then also, if you look into it, Senves, NTWK and others, was transferred to the commodity organization. And the functioning and the work that is being done by this commodity organization now, we're beginning to look at it very close as a department, because they are also in a way curtailing the access of this very same infrastructure. We're talking about silos here, which were developed by state investment in the past. And at this moment in time, they're currently operated by the cooperatives that are within the formalized agriculture system. So it becomes very important for the transformation for us to be able to look into who's handling this bulk handling infrastructure and how are they utilizing it strategically to drive the policy imperative of the government at this moment in time. The industry impact is that we are an export-oriented sector. If you look, for instance, from citrus point of view, we are a second citrus exporter globally, but we're a 9th citrus producer globally. So that narrative tells you that our agriculture system is more export-oriented. But it doesn't mean that in this era where we are export-oriented, the domestic capability for us to feed our people exists. So there's a disconnect between our capability to be able to export the bulk produce that we have with the ability for us to be able to feed our own people. And that is very, very a key issue for us at a policy level. And I think when I talk about the review mechanisms, we will try by all means, I think, at that level to be able to address this matter, because it doesn't help for us to continuously be a critical export earner, yet domestically we have got challenges in as far as feeding our own people is concerned. We have got levies here, which are directing almost 20% of their cash flow or income towards development. And I think the meeting we had with ARC at a council level and the chairperson, she indicated that at the time when the levies were institutionalized in 1996, they were not supposed to be static and stay at 20%. It was supposed to be a moving target and supposed to increase and improve the participation, to broaden the participation of the previous marginalized. But we haven't seen them going into that direction. And I think this is why the reviews on the MAPA Act are going to be able to deal with this matter. And there may be potentially the other new piece of legislation that can be introduced to deal with levies on their own accord and empower our minister, even the Minister of Finance, to be able to redirect them towards driving transformation in the manner that it should. So I think that where we are as a sector, we're contributing 3%. Obviously, you will look into it from employment point of view. Other figures may be different from this one, but I think at the moment where we are sitting as a department, statutory, we are contributing 3%. And I think during COVID, we have seen how resilient the agriculture sector is in as far as contribution to the GDP. We will look into this policy shift and the outcomes. From 2015 to 2025, I think DPME started to review our own policies and laws. And we have seen that agriculture has got a challenge of the existential abundance existing with alongside hunger. And I think my colleague might have touched on the numbers that we're dealing with in terms of food insecurity levels, but they're not in a good state, those numbers, because we are sitting in G20, we have got a bigger GDP, we should be able to distribute it to those that are having challenges. And poverty levels are worse. We are known globally to be an highest unequal country in the whole world. I don't think that is beautiful to be known that you have got the highest level of income inequality globally, number one in the whole world. So it means we are unable to distribute our economy throughout the country. As part of our G20, we have seen some of the other issues that I think Mevutula highlighted in terms of the public handling of the stock. But obviously, we want to diversify our markets beyond where we are at the moment. I think since 1994, our agriculture sector doubled in terms of the output, but we have got challenges that we're dealing with, which are impacting food prices as well. If you look from the climate change point of view, the FMD outbreak that we're having right now, the disasters that we're continuously having challenges with the population that is growing. So we need to really have got policies that are driving towards us ensuring that we're able to share the spoils in as far as that is concerned. one thought that is important for one to highlight this slide, which is an after effect of our own market system. The level of transformation in our food system is actually one of the challenging ones that we're having. I think out of all the subsectors of the agriculture sector, the Seed Trust has done good. And I think they're sitting on 26% in terms of the black share ownership. But what is very important is that research, technology, and extension services should be anchored on sustainable market access to transform the sector so that we can consider the economics of the smallholder farmers. Very important for us to look into that. But I think for this discussion, when we'll be reviewing the Act, we have started to track, and I think the Competition Commission became very helpful in this instance. We have started to track what is the pass-through of the prices, both from the commodity, the product, and the producer price. Because when we are reviewing the Act, we need to be able to look into that specifically, because we have looked into the maize, for instance, and there is the validity of the pass-through from white maize prices to producer and to retail prices. But to what extent, I think the council did highlight this matter, say it's a very difficult issue for us to be able to navigate through. But from the supply side, it is very clear that farmers are the price takers. So therefore, it is important that we must differentiate the capability of the other players into the system. And the only difference is that if we are big, we are able to then deal with the issues of margins and cover them up. But the input prices, input costs like fuel, fertilizer, agrochemicals remain a challenge. For maize, for instance, is about 30 to 40% in terms of expenditure for the producer. That contributes towards actually producing of maize. Becomes very important for us to be able to navigate how do we support farmers so that they can be able to then deal with these forces, with this volatility, because this volatility is beyond their control. Maybe this is the second slide. Chair, I've seen that you are queuing me, so we're covered. Moving forward, we have begun with the work of reviewing the Marketing of Agriculture Produce Act of 1996. The Office of Chief State Law Advisor gave us a final legal opinion on the Act, because this Act predates the Constitution. So whatever that we're going to be coming up with must be able to then pass the constitutional test. And our minister is sitting with the various options that the Chief State Law Advisor has advised us on. I think one of them, like I've highlighted, which I hope that you're not going to quote me on, because the minister must decide on it, it's not a formal position, is that there will be a separation between the market structure and the levies on how they'll be utilized. So in one or the other, the market structure with all of the other players, including the Competition Commission, the council, the department, the provinces, the local government, and everybody else. And then the Minister of Finance, together with our minister, looking into how the levies are going to be collected, even at a retail level, including the other players that must also be able to contribute towards the kitty so that you can be able to redirect that for us to comprehensively support farmers and be able to deal with the issues of levies. As I've indicated, the various issues as well will be looked into. One of them is data, information exchanges and protocols amongst, because the competition issue is very, very critical for us to look into this matter, and the exchanges and transparency and the duality of the sector and the role of agriculture and the marketing council in this instance to be able to come up with market structure and controls that are required for us to have a robust and a detailed, it will be anchored along the detailed stakeholder engagement. So we're still going to take up the discussions of this nature to be able to influence our policies moving forward. At a policy level, then we will look into comprehensively how do we support farmers and to be able to create incentives. I think the Strauss Commission did indicate that there should be some sunrise packages so that the new entrants are supported inherently into the system, and the marketing structure as well must be reformed, and the robust competition environment, which then deals with the issue of transparency and the oversight and price structure for us to have a clear agreed to exchange protocols in terms of data that are not going to bother the competition policy and act in as far as that is concerned. The last issue is that as we will be reviewing the act, we will be looking into the various instruments that are going to help us. I think the discussions between ourselves with Competition Commission, DTIC, SARS, NMC, National Treasury, and the roundtables to be able to look into the impact of the zero-rated foodstuffs. That is currently the research we're doing with the Competition Commission now, and the agricultural support and other laws. We need to be able to look into that. And it is estimated that the bill will take almost over a 3-year period of time for us to be able to get it to Parliament so that we can get it done. So in a nutshell, I think, colleagues, that concludes our input at this level. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I noticed you were talking faster and faster as I was signaling you, so sorry about that. There was a lot there, a very dense and interesting presentation. We could talk all day just about this one, and both of them, in fact. But time is running, so can we have a few reflections on both of the presentations we've just heard? Both very significant inputs to the discussion. Mark?
Yeah, thank you for both presentations. I'm going to address mostly to the presentation by the Commissioner. So thank you for the presentation. I do hope you're going to stay for the rest of the day, or at least the morning, because I will be presenting and showing what is happening with street vendor and spaza shop prices. And we can track that, and we are having tracking of that. And the prices are generally very good, and they are making things far more affordable for many people. And I think that's important, you know. And you said, and I quote, in informal spaces, there are no prices. And of course there are prices. And even though there might not be labeling, people know the prices, you know. And so people, you know, people know the prices, and if they're not sure, they ask. And they don't need receipts to also know where they got the goods from, or even to return them, because they tend to know the people. And I've seen and witnessed people returning goods, you know, and getting compensated, getting other, you know, foods and so on. So I just think we need a different kind of mindset when we're thinking about the informal sector, you know, the street vendors and spazas and so on that we were mentioning. And, you know, the issue, so there are a few issues there, like you also mentioned this discounting of close to expiry foods. And I say, yes, this is a common practice, and it's a good practice because it's making many foods more accessible to the most impoverished. You know, and if you buy tomatoes that are, you know, close to expiry and you get a discount and you're cooking those tomatoes, there's no health risk to that. And you are getting the tomatoes you need to cook that stew for your children and so on at a more affordable price, and we're reducing food waste. So definitely we need a regulatory environment that not only enables that, but actually encourages it, because this is dealing with food accessibility and waste reduction. Of course, we should be aware of risks, but I think, you know, the risks are managed often in these sort of spaces of micro enterprise like that by knowing people, knowing where it came from, and when, you know, and not buying from those people anymore if they sell you bad food that makes you sick or something, and you know, you get shut down. And there's so much competition with another street vendor on the next corner or spaza on the next corner that is what creates the greater protection, and will always create a greater protection than our ability to regulate, which, as you say, I mean, we really can't get to every one of these shops and check what they're doing. So we should really understand. What's the... Is that Busiso? No. So thanks. So I think we need to understand those mechanisms. Say, how do we enable those mechanisms, rather than thinking that we could go and enforce things from the Consumer Protection Act as well. So certainly one of the things that to me becomes very clear from your input is that this Consumer Protection Act needs to be amended. And it needs to be amended to reflect the realities of our food system. And I would argue to better enable these many sort of micro scale actors in the food system that are actually making food more affordable for people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. That sounded more like a blog than a question.
It wasn't particularly a question. I think we're inviting inputs as well.
No, absolutely.
But of course, if the Commissioner wants to respond, I'm going to welcome any response.
I hope that was recorded and you can just write it up. It's really powerful stuff. Maybe we can just take a few more address to these set of issues around the Consumer Commission and the Commissioner's presentation before we move on to the Agriculture Ministry. Yes. Consumer Commission questions?
Yes, to the Consumer Commission, I am very pleasantly surprised to hear that, you know, there's no evidence around the Black Friday, you know, kind of artificial markup, markdown, you know. So one of the things that's been tracked, and actually people have taken it on their hands, I'm thinking about the rise of things like Serval, Scrappy, and so on, you know, that have been tracking over time and show the markup and markdown. So this started in 2019 and 2021. So there's a lot of data available on that, you know. And since then, it's actually expanded to other shops. And it's not just Black Friday, different sales as well, including those that target grants, you know, in the lead up to grant recipient days and so on. So I'd be interested in then what more do you need if, you know, you say there's no evidence, but, you know, there's been people tracking over time. There's these open source tools that are tracking over time and available to the public. Second thing that I wanted to also point out is we're seeing increasingly So in a shop, when you go by, you know that thing like a Pick and Pay or ShopRite will put that star that says there's a sale on something. Then when you see the sale price, it's the same as that price. But a lot of people will see the sticker and the star, you know. Is that conduct being dealt with? The third one as well would be the issue of dynamic and surveillance pricing. So for some of you, if you use a shop, if you use the apps like you know, your Checkers 60 and Pick and Pay ASAP, you'll see that there's now this thing about the personalized shopping experience, right? But historically, what had happened is the introduction of your extra rewards and your smart shopper cards. To get the sale, you needed to swipe. And so a lot of us who want to save money, you get the card. But then you started seeing the dynamic pricing where you get personalized vouchers. And initially when it started, there was a lot of stock at this particular shop of a thing, so the voucher was available to everyone. What we've now moved on to is that the discounts are very much segregated. So the biggest discounts are actually provided to big buyers, people who can buy in bulk when things are on sale, and the people who are return customers, right? Whereas a low-income customer isn't. And the thing about that surveillance and dynamic pricing and those sales, those personalized ones, you can't tell, because we're measuring headline prices. You can't tell if you have a sale that's different from another unless you ask them, you know? So it's not just the apps, you see it with the smart shopper and so on. But kind of the way the complaint side of the NCC is formed, it's informed by the headline price. How do I prove that me and Yvonne have a different sale to the, you know? So I think that the NCC currently isn't keeping up to date with where things are at. You're still looking at the traditional mechanisms, and we're seeing the segregation deepen based on surveillance, dynamic pricing, and so on. The other one as well is, depending on where you are, again, the sale varies. If there is another shop or retailer that personalized pricing, as they call it, or the dynamic pricing goes down a little bit more. But if there isn't, and your location, your smart shopper or your extra rewards card shows that you are repeat there, which implies it's the only one, we've seen the prices also hike up, you know? Yeah.
Okay, because of time, can we take one more for the Consumer Commission? Oscar?
Thank you very much, Prof. Just a comment, a response to what you raised, and in as far as the smart shopper cards are concerned, I'd like to say that these smart shopper cards, essentially, they are for customer profiling. The corporate supermarkets, they're trying to know their customer very well, and they will actually reach a sense whereby they know you much better than you yourself. They want to trace the buying habits of the customers. They will essentially know when there's a new lover in your life, maybe if there's a new family member, they will see you buying the Huggies and your Pampers and all that. So essentially, it's about customer profiling, and it builds to what Mark Prof. Vekarif said, that the street traders, they know their customers very well, and they are trying to imitate them in a way that, you know, builds from their large anonymous customer base. And yeah, but essentially it's about customer profiling, not to, you know, give away their profits rather to the people, but it's about customer profiling.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
All right, thanks for that. I just said that was the last one, but we want to hear from people that haven't had a chance to speak yet. So last one. Just introduce yourself, please.
My name is Thoza Makwende from South African Informal Traders Alliance. Mine is going to NCC. I hear that you mentioned that the bundle, maybe the pricing is not good for the bundling, but what are you doing about that? Did you think of doing something? And also you were mentioning about destroying the goods of expired food. Did you ever think of firstly go to the informal sector and do the awareness and educational programs for them before you think of destroying their goods? Because some of them, they might not know or understand, because we are in the informal sector. We don't understand if this thing is expired. You just take it because you see it in a shelter, but the awareness programs of what you or your regulations might do is going to harm them, because at the end of the day, when you destroy what they bought, you're going to make them to end up losing their money. But if at least you educate them and do the awareness programs for them, it will assist. And also you mentioned that you're planning to formalize the informal sector. Now, do you have a plan on doing that, or you're going to say to the informal sector, go and register your business? Is there something that you're going to help or assist them to do that?
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Other things are covered by Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you want to respond to those comments and questions?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for the questions, because I've raised this issue deliberately, and I'm glad that you are reacting to them. Because the idea, when I say prices are not known, right? No one knows. So you can tell me you're tracking them. That's fine. All I'm saying to you is, when a consumer, any consumer, reaches a particular point, they need to know what they're buying. When the researchers are tracking, when they come, I don't know how they're collecting the data at different times. So I don't want to argue with researchers. I'm just saying, prices, for the system to be fair, for everyone to be informed, the key thing here is that the consumer must be informed. Kakiso is here from the Competition Commission. State SA is there. They track. I don't see that. They don't tell you what's happening in the informal sector. So if there's a portal, right, maybe I don't know about it. I'm glad that you're talking about this, because I want to know and see what is it that you're doing in a way that can allow us to track and intervene when necessary. The point on expired foods, by the way, I think we take an issue of food that is being sold after those dates. This is the point I'm saying. Why? And we've been saying to the big retailers under the CGSO that why don't they release the products early so that they can be a legitimate market, right? So you don't wait for the last day and then release the products. This is where we say you are exposing, you can't treat the low class as if they have to always eat things that are after a particular date. I don't think it's fair. So this is our approach. So the next one, sorry, Chair, is that so the Consumer Protection Act, I thought I was making a case here that the provisions are there. They can help us do many things. I don't think if you can change it today, it makes the situation better. The rules are there. I think the rules are fine, but we need to, and to your last point about education, when we say formalization, you have seen what the Department of Small Business has done and the TIC after the foodborne illnesses issue. Create a fund. We say everybody must register. That's the starting point. And they will engage you. So you have to register. We will have to support you to have point of sale machines. We have to support you to be able to track your own prices, right? To be able to have records of your sales. So I think that part of the support is quite crucial for us. And the things around the bundles and everything, maybe I can see, Chair, we don't have maybe a lot of time. We will respond to some in the discussions, but the evidence of markdowns, right? If you have it per retailer, per product, as I say, I've asked the team to look at this, right? When I see it's not conclusive for me to start an enforcement action, given, so, but if you have better information, I'll be very happy to engage so that we can assist consumers. Issues around dynamic prices, there's very same problem you are raising. That's why I cannot, how do I know the price to you, to this person, to that person, how fair that or unfair that price is? The loyalty program issues, in fact, the US is trying to deal with this as well. It's a big issue. In fact, from a market power point of view, that the loyalty programs, what we see with ShopRite and them, is not mostly about individualized pricing. They are giving prices to everyone, discounts to everyone. So the issue is the power that will give them. But we can't stop those programs. We have the Department of Agriculture. In fact, I'm interested, he doesn't mention this inquiry we've done, right, on fresh produce. We have recommendations for the department that open up the space. The loyalty programs, you can't say they are unlawful. I'm sorry. It's going to be very difficult, right? So, but I think I'm happy, Chair, that we can have some dialogue. This information, if you have it and it's good information, then we can act on it. My team has not been able to get us good information, unfortunately. That's the point I was saying, that internally I'm not getting that kind of good information, including from tracking. I mean, I think we may need to capacitate. I think we need proper price tracking in South Africa, proper, in a centralized portal. State SA is helping, but State SA doesn't help you much. Right. So I'm hoping, Chair, I've answered the questions, and if I've omitted anything, please.
I think what you've done is you've contributed to this dialogue. We are so grateful that the National Consumer Commission is here, the National Competition Commission is here, Department of Agriculture is here, because this is the kind of dialogue that we need to have. We are dealing with a crisis of hunger in this country, which is unnecessary and can be prevented. We're all trying to find solutions. So thank you for being here and contributing to the dialogue. Okay, just an announcement. Come stand here. No, but people online. The key cards. Anybody who stayed here overnight, please give your card so that you can check out. Or if you haven't packed yet, you better go and pack now. All right, we got a bit of a time issue. I'm going to explain what the issue is. We have the next speaker who is only available until 11:30 online. So we need to have some questions for agriculture as well. So we're just going to ask for 2 or 3 questions to agriculture now. We can continue the discussion after tea break, and then we're going to carry on with the next session, next presenter before tea break. So any questions for agriculture? Andrew?
Yeah, thanks for that presentation. It was very interesting and very illuminating. Just on the question of the review of the the Marketing Agricultural Products Act, could you say more about how that process is happening, especially in terms of public participation, where the opportunities for that are, but also specifically in terms of the review of the act and then the possible amendment, specifically what parts might be amended in terms of specifically relating to food prices? Yeah, thanks.
Let's take a couple, Stephen, and then Flo, and then one more, and then we'll close it.
Yeah, thanks. So I've just got a couple of concerns about this whole process, because if you look at the levies and the fact that the levies are managed by the commodity associations, and that brings a certain model of agriculture into the picture. You've got the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, which does a similar thing. And basically the model is about smallholder farmer integration into corporate value chains. Now, you've also identified a problem that input prices are becoming very high now. But at the same time, you're driving smallholder farmers into a model which exposes them to the risks of these input prices. I mean, hopefully we'll have an opportunity as these things are reviewed to actually make formal presentations. But I think there's some real contradictions here that are not seeming to be covered, in my view.
Yes, I'm just using the mic for the sake of people online because you're sitting right next to me. Thanks for that. Really interesting. And as you know, one of my research interests is traditional and indigenous crops. We've had conversations about that in the past, and I'm really fascinated to hear about this review of the Marketing of Agricultural Produce Act. So I'm wondering to what extent within that review process, government is considering mechanisms by which to make the production and processing of traditional and indigenous crops such as sorghum, millet, cowpea, various others, more efficient, more effective, and also more appropriate for consumers in urban areas, but also more accessible to them in terms of prices. In other words, currently, a lot of these products like sorghum, if you can get them at all, the prices are often way higher than comparative prices for maize or other products. And so especially poor consumers would not be interested in buying them. And so in order for those crops, which obviously have advantages in terms of climate change, resilience, and better microbiome and nutritional purposes and so on, to be accessible to poorer consumers, the prices would need to be appropriate and make them accessible. So I'm wondering, what are the mechanisms there? Are there subsidies? Are there extension support programs, etc.? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any more hands. So if you can take those 3 questions.
Thanks a lot. I think these are very interesting questions. First one from Andrew. We are sitting now with the bill being presented to our minister. The Chief State Law Advisor provided various options, and none of them we have got an executive guidance on because they are huge. And I do understand that the minister is looking for evidence, data from our units, from the industry, from everybody else. Because once we touch the Marketing of Agriculture Produce Act of 1996, we have touched SafeX, we have touched our export, we have touched almost we've touched the nerve of the agricultural system. And I said, don't quote me because minister has not taken a decision on this matter, but one of the options is to come up with a money bill or money levies bill, which is going to cover your point, that separates and clarifies the role of the state in as far as the collection of the levies, because currently the levies are collected by the industry and they are controlled by the industry and utilized by the industry. Ours is to then oversee that they are in a way aligned to our overall policy objectives, which basically I think the council has highlighted to broaden the participation, to open up the playing level field and to deal with barriers. So we are not there in terms of public consultation. I think that's why I think in our estimation, it's going to take about 3 years because there's quite a lot that we must rationalize at this moment. And like I said, it's a balancing effect. I think what is hectic about South Africa's agriculture system is the duality and the history, and which must now, all of it must be converged. You also cannot afford to have an unsustainable and unprofitable value chains, because then you will then inherently have a Zimbabwe typical situation, which we don't want to have, and we can't run the country to that level. I think the options are there. The money bill together with our minister and the Minister of Finance looks like one of those options, but minister will take a decision on it. As yet, we have got options to consider, and minister is collecting evidence in terms of what it will mean for one option over the other. I think I've covered your question as well in this response to a limited extent, but we can take it up maybe on the side, just because the issue of fertilizer or agricultural production inputs, it's a line on its own. And I think the question that when my colleague was saying we must track prices on the different categories of the value chain, on the input side, on the commodity side, on the product side. So I think this issue of tracking prices is a big policy matter. which I think at the moment we're looking at researchers to help us come up with, because states say can't do that. I mean, SafeX can only give us at a commodity level. They can't give us at a retail. So I think it's important that discussions of this nature should help us as well as policymakers to enrich our thinking in terms of what is practical. What can we do? Can we use big data mining? Is it big data analytics? What is it that we can do to be able to mine this data and be able to be credible? Blockchain, to a greater extent, could also be explored in this instance. Yeah, I think, Flo, your question on the indigenous crops. Interestingly, so our minister has already declared indigenous crops as part of agricultural products. I think we are having a meeting next week with the colleagues to say, what does that mean? Because the declaration of them being an agricultural product, remember there's remedies, there's pharmaceutical types of traditional crops, there's food. So we're looking at it holistically. We're not only looking at it from food, but the pricing of it is an interesting phenomenon, because at the moment you don't localize production, you are subjecting your commodity to a movement and to a logistic cost. That's a variable cost that gets to be added, which a consumer must carry at the end. In this instance, the whole issue of transport metrics, there is rating according to our system. I mean, we've got here in Midrand a lot of distribution centers that big retailers are having, and they're moving product all the way from outskirts, getting a package and go back there. So in a nutshell, if we want to get back to the issue of addressing one of the issues that we can deal with is the issue of transport and logistics. But we'll deal with the issue, Flo, in terms of our support. We've already seen community seed banks that we're having at a community level to make seeds available at a cheaper rate as compared to them, because some of these commodities you can't get in from your normal retail in terms of the national chain stores. So yeah, I think we'll discuss around that. But science is needed. To even empower our extension officers so that they can be able to provide support to the production side. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, and a big round of applause to both of our presenters in that session. A really important and valuable discussion. As I said, I'm going to ask for your indulgence. We need to squeeze in one more presentation before break because availability of the speaker. So on the agenda, you'll see that we have social protection as the next session, the next speaker. There's a change to the speakers. The speaker is now going to be Dr. Kelly Housen. She's online. I'm going to ask her to introduce herself before she starts speaking.
Can I just ask quickly, Kelly, are you share screening from your side, or do you want us to put the slides up our side?
I can share my screen if that works for you, Andrew.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Okay, do you see my full slideshow now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. Great. Thank you so much, and thank you for indulging me. I know that I'm keeping everybody from their tea, and I really appreciate the change to fit me in. My name is Dr. Kelly Housen. I'm the Senior Researcher and Project Lead at the Institute for Economic Justice on social protection. And I was asked to present about social protection as a response to food insecurity and food unaffordability in South Africa. So to begin with, I just wanted to highlight the kind of interlinkages between food prices and income. The food affordability gap is, of course, a function of rising food prices and food price inflation, but it's also a function of people's income, and we have very widespread income poverty in South Africa. We know that in our context, the majority of households rely on income to access food, as opposed to, for instance, subsistence agriculture, which plays a much greater role in comparable regional economies. So South Africa's food insecurity is more tightly linked to income relative to food prices. And of course, income is very much linked to employment in our context, the structural unemployment context, crisis. So it will be no surprise that the majority of households with households with no employed member are more likely to experience hunger compared to households with one employed member. In terms of the scale of poverty, this is from the most recent income and expenditure survey. 2/3 of South Africans, people in South Africa, live below the upper bound poverty line, unable to afford basic necessities. And 17.6%, or 10.8 million people, live below the food poverty line. But a much greater proportion of people have expenditure on food of below the food poverty line. So they're not spending enough money on food to support a very basic kind of caloric intake requirement. And this is closely correlated with the proportion of households that lack access to food. So even though there is a critical need for reform in our food system to tackle the issue of food price inflation and supply and accessibility of nutritious food, income poverty will still remain a critical barrier to access to food, even if those reforms are made and have rapid effect. So income support must sit alongside supply side efforts to address prices and affordability. And that brings me to the current social assistance framework that we have in South Africa and the gaps in that framework, which need to be plugged in order to, as a critical response to the issue of hunger. So social grants do reach a large proportion of the population. Grants are an income source for almost half of all households, and they are the primary income source for about a quarter of households. And we know that social grants have historically been highly effective at alleviating food insecurity. Studies have shown that they have positive impacts on metrics like dietary diversity, BMI, and child nutrition and stunting. The older person's grant has been shown to increase food security in recipient households by 5 to 8 percentage points. The child support grant narrows the nutrition gap between economically disadvantaged and wealthier children. And the SRD grant, the 370 Rand grant that was introduced in the COVID context, is overwhelmingly spent on food. 93% of beneficiaries report using their grant primarily for food purchases. So it has been a critical bulwark against food insecurity. However, what we've seen in recent years is that the positive impacts of social grants on nutrition have been leveling off, even whilst coverage has increased. So in 2019, 20% of social grant recipient households were still vulnerable to moderate or severe food insecurity, and that's increased to 26.6% in 2023. So more social grant recipient households are now experiencing moderate or severe food insecurity. And that's a reflection of a declining adequacy in the value of the grants themselves. They cannot buy as much food as they could previously because they've failed to keep pace with food price inflation and the cost of a nutritious diet. So we can see here the declining adequacy of the child support grant. When it was introduced, it roughly correlated with the food poverty line, which is the yellow line in the image. The food poverty line is below the actual cost of a nutritious food basket for a child, as measured by the Peter-Maritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group. And as you can see, there is an increasing gap between the value of the child support grant, the food poverty line, and the cost of a nutritious food basket. The picture with the social relief of distress grant is even more concerning. It was always quite significantly below the food poverty line, but because it has only received one 20 Rand increase in 2024, it has fallen woefully behind food price inflation and the cost of a nutritious diet. So it's now less than half of the food poverty line. The Universal Basic Income Coalition, which IEJ is part of, has released these popular education materials which track how much actual food you can purchase or a beneficiary could purchase in 2020 with the SRD grant compared to in 2025. And there's been a significant decrease in, for instance, the amount of maize, the amount of potatoes, the amount of bread that can be purchased. In addition to adequacy shortfalls, there are also significant coverage gaps in the social assistance framework. The most notable being the lack of any permanent income support for working age able-bodied adults, those in age from 18 to 59. The SRD grant is the only support available for this group, and it remains temporary in regulations. We don't know when it's set to expire in March 2027, and we do not know at this stage what will be replacing it. It also doesn't reach the total population who is in need of support. So it's very narrowly means tested. The means test threshold for the SRD grant is 624 Rand, which is equivalent to the 2022 food poverty line, and since has fallen far behind the food poverty line. So there are a proportion of adults who are in food poverty who are nonetheless considered ineligible for the SRD grant. Even those who do qualify based on that means test threshold of 624 Rand may still not receive the grant because there's a large incidence of what we call erroneous exclusion, wrongful or unfair exclusion of people who qualify based on the qualifying criteria in the regulations. And this exclusion derives from an inadequate budget. The National Treasury has only allocated a budget to the SRD grant that is sufficient to cover about 50% of the estimated eligible population. And just to kind of give you a bit of an explanation of what you're seeing here, we've taken a number of estimates of eligibility from the literature. Those hover around or between 16 and 17 million people. That roughly correlates with the number of applications for the grant, which is the orange bar on your screen. But applications are sitting at almost exactly that budget. Approvals are sitting at almost exactly where that budget cap has been determined, with payments lagging behind. So how is 50% of the eligible population excluded? There are a number of regulatory and procedural barriers that have been instituted within the SRD grant system. We undertook a survey of 900 people who had experienced exclusion from the grant and nevertheless were living in income poverty. And we found that drivers of exclusion included the online-only application process, which is just not fit for purpose in a context in which 18% of people have no access to the internet, as well as inaccurate income verification methodologies. The South African Social Security Agency monitors the bank accounts of every applicant and beneficiary on a monthly basis and excludes them if there are any monetary inflows into their account above the means test threshold of 624 Rand. That's extremely problematic because we know that especially amongst the lowest decile households, People share bank accounts. They receive funds on behalf of others, often child maintenance, and remittances on behalf of dependents. And these systems are more likely for that reason to exclude women unfairly, who are more likely, of course, to be caregivers. So what we found is that 9 out of 10 people who were excluded from the grant were in fact eligible and in need of income support. That's the SRD grant, but the picture is becoming more similar for the child support grant and other grants as well. We know that in recent years, the coverage of the child support grant has declined relative to the proportion of children who are in poverty. The child support grant used to be very well targeted, covering just above the proportion of children considered in poverty. And now there is a widening gap. And a large part of that is because SRD style surveillance and verification measures are increasingly being applied to the child support grant and other social grants. So we have this emerging driver now of exclusion from all social grants, which is the National Treasury's campaign of social grant reviews. National Treasury, in its 2025 budget allocation to the South African Social Security Agency, required the agency to implement a number of practices and procedures as a condition for receiving their operating budget. And these included bank account verification across the social grant system, the monitoring of the credit bureau data of all social grant applicants and beneficiaries, as well as biometric verification procedures that are often inaccessible and flawed, particularly for the most vulnerable or most economically excluded. If people are flagged by these automated surveillance systems, they are required to present in person to a SASSA office to motivate their ongoing eligibility for grants. If they do not do that within a specified time period of 30 days, they will have their grants cancelled. Now, 70,000 grants have been cancelled since this system has been in place for about in the past year. The vast majority of those are people who failed to undergo reviews. They're not people who presented and were found to, in fact, be ineligible. And the reason that's a problem is because there are significant barriers to undergoing the review process, including long queues at SASSA offices. But as a result of these 70,000 grants being cancelled, the National Treasury is projecting savings on the social grant system of 3 billion over the next 3 years. That would imply essentially a quadrupling of the current rate of cancellation of grants. So I know that this is a complicated picture, but the point that I'm very keen to get across is that there is a kind of coordinated campaign of cutting social grant spending and reducing the overall quantum of social grants that are provided across the grant system at the moment. So that's really exacerbating this issue of gaps in the social assistance framework, gaps in coverage. This is all kind of being rolled out under a logic of fraud prevention. We constantly hear the narrative that fraud is rife in the social grant system, but that is not the case if we look at the evidence from SASSA's own reporting. SASSA's annual reports have always given data on the number of frauds reported to law enforcement. And what we see from that, from 2014 to 2025, is that the vast majority of frauds reported to law enforcement concerning social grants were perpetrated by government employees, contractors, and officials, and a small minority were perpetrated by beneficiaries themselves, an average of about 54 per year compared to 28 million people receiving grants every year. So the effort to identify fraud in the social grant system through these huge blanket automated surveillance processes and cancel grants and achieve savings are not justified by what we know about the degree of fraud in the system. And just to also point out that SASA is being required by the National Treasury to process these reviews at scale, at the same time as their budget is being cut in real terms. So I mentioned long queues at SASA offices that are preventing people from being able to actually undergo the reviews in order to keep their access to their grants. These queues are being exacerbated by the fact that SASA's operating budget is being cut in real terms year on year. So what should be done about this? As I mentioned, the IEJ is part of the Universal Basic Income Coalition, which is a grouping of civil society organizations who collectively advocate for a universal basic income for adults in South Africa to plug the holes in our social assistance framework. And this is supported by extensive international evidence that finds that universal and unconditional cash transfers have a significant immediate direct impact on a range of food security and nutritional metrics. And I just highlight a couple of studies here which are relevant to our context. One is the basic income pilot that took place in Namibia from 2008 to 2009. Within 7 months, daily food shortages fell from 30% to 12% of households in the treatment group. The proportion of households that never faced food shortages rose from 20% to 60%, and the proportion of children who were undernourished fell from 42% to 17%, and dietary diversity improved. In Kenya, there's a similar UBI study, which has found that food variety and protein consumption has increased across all households receiving a universal basic income by as much as 25%. But there is a wealth of evidence that with similar findings from trials from all over the world. And that's why we advocate for a universal basic income in South Africa. Our key demands are to improve the social relief of distress grant into an adequate and universal basic income available to all adults aged 18 to 59. This would eliminate exclusion errors and streamline admin and reduce administrative costs. In order to ensure adequacy, the grant should be pegged to at least the food poverty line, perhaps increasing over time to reach the value of the upper bound poverty line. The grant should serve a redistributive macroeconomic function. That means that it should be financed through progressive taxation instruments that disproportionately are contributed to by the wealthiest households and corporates. This can include clawbacks for high income earners so that the benefits of the program are accruing to the most vulnerable and the lowest deciles. There should be no strings attached. Things like job seeking requirements carry high risks of exclusion errors and are not relevant in our context of extremely high structural unemployment. But amongst all this, we do not advocate for universal basic income as a silver bullet. It must be a component of what we call a broader well-being policy framework. So this includes the need for continually improved basic services, the need for strong labor protections and minimum wage, as well as, for the purposes of this convening, food system reform to ensure food price stability and food accessibility, because otherwise what we would risk seeing is that social protection spending being captured by corporates, and contributing to potential food price inflation, although there are a number of design mechanisms and contextual reasons why we don't believe a UBI would be particularly inflationary in the South African context. So in conclusion, what I hope that I've given you a picture of is that the social grant system in South Africa has historically been a critical tool by which the government gives effect to the right to food and water, but its adequacy and coverage have declined, and this has severely compromised its ability to combat hunger. This declining adequacy and coverage must be addressed as part of a response to the crisis of hunger in South Africa. UBI, which is pegged to the national poverty lines, is one of the most powerful and most immediate tools available to the government to combat food insecurity, but it must be combined with attention to food prices in order to truly close the food affordability gap. It's important to stress that the erosion of the social grant system must be understood in the context of the commitment to fiscal consolidation that has been driven by particularly National Treasury over the past decade, which has prioritized achieving a budget surplus over social spending. And this is incompatible with the advancement of socioeconomic rights, including the right to hunger, right to adequate food, and the right to social assistance. And it is not the only policy option we have. We have plenty of options for pursuing a developmental macroeconomic framework which upholds rights. Thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that, Kelly. A very sobering assessment of the status of our flagship social grant system. Just to say to the patient delegates here, that this is the first presentation that hasn't focused explicitly on the food system and on food prices and on food affordability. The reason for that is because if you remember the food affordability gap analysis, you've got the supply side and the demand side. You can bring food prices down, but also you need to raise incomes. And in fact, some people say that's really the problem, is low incomes rather than high food prices. So this is the government's main way of addressing the low income problem. It's through social grants. And that's done a fantastic job, which Kelly has explained in the past, of protecting people who are extremely poor and food insecure. But it's now being eroded, it's under threat. So even that protection against hunger seems to be threatened at the moment. So that's why we looked at social protection as a system which is providing income to poor people on the other side of the food prices issues. So 2 or 3 questions, and then we will be able to break for late tea. Any questions for Kelly? Mark.
Yeah, sorry to be speaking again, but thanks very much for the presentation. I think there's so much material there which can inform us in thinking about how we improve our existing grant system and how we should formulate, structure any future grant system. The specific question I have is that you showed what seemed to be compelling evidence of the positive impact of the basic income grant from Namibia in particular and Kenya. But as far as I know, neither of those countries have adopted this. So I'm wondering, and that was a while ago in Namibia, it's like more than 15 years ago. Do we know why? Because from a researcher perspective, we kind of think if we could test this and show that it works, it would be adopted. So I think as we move forward and we want to make these arguments, I'm interested to understand what has prevented that like really dramatic evidence of a great improvement from leading to action or leading to a basic income grant for everyone. Yeah, thanks.
Any other questions first? We take 2 or 3. Yes. Introduce yourself again.
So it's not so much a question, just a reflection on Jane's thing and how it ties to this, right? I really appreciated Jane this morning saying that we need to look at partner, because I completely agree with this presentation. But Jane's point about connecting with other people beyond the food systems is for me quite crucial, because one of the things that comes to mind with the SRD that we've seen increasingly, right? Government will say, you know, when you're going to be reviewed, they're going to send an SMS to you Now, if you are low income, chances are you have more than one SIM card, right? It's not recharging. We've seen an uptick. Apparently, South Africa's run out of phone numbers. We've seen an uptick in numbers being recycled, right? And so that's also had such a massive impact on the ability of people to receive and so on. So there's a telecommunications issue. ICAS has been reviewing it that is big and at hand, that we also need to be paying attention to. And so for me, it also links in with the previous one. I think there's a narrowness in some of the interpretations, as in this is separate, that is separate. But as government increasingly moves services online or to mobile phones, everything that's happening in the telecommunications space is actually having an impact on the services received or not received. And our regulators aren't keeping up to it, right? So the example that I'll make with the NCC is, for me, the issue, for example, isn't about removing the loyalty card. Section 48 about the unjust pricing, as a little example. What it could be is that if the NCC's complaints way mechanisms, right, enabled a comparative thing, 10 people, same area, 5 are being charged unjustly for the same item and 5 aren't. You can use that. So there's a couple of mechanisms that if we just shifted how we receive things and whatnot, but it comes back to Jane's point, I think, around the partnerships. Yeah.
Good. Any more? Last one.
Yeah, again, like Mark, I want to apologize for being so vocal, but I just have lots of questions and I'm very talkative. So I'm very curious, and it relates to what Mark was asking. In the context of austerity politics, a broad kind of commitment to neoliberal ideology, how do you feel that these recommendations around universal basic income grant are likely to land? And then obviously there's likely to be pushback against some of your recommendations around, progressive taxation, wealth taxes, and so on. And I'm wondering, in terms of the pragmatics, the politics around this, what your research reveals around strategies to push those kinds of interventions against countervailing arguments and fundamental ideological assumptions. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, over to you, Kelly.
Thank you so much for the questions. I think that the first question as to why was this not implemented in Namibia and Kenya relates in a way to the third question of how are these recommendations landing in South Africa. I think it's a common frustration of social protection advocates and basic income advocates that we have all this evidence on the power of cash transfers across a whole lot of different metrics, not only nutritional and health outcomes, but also economic, positive macroeconomic impacts and stimulus to local economies. So why is this not implemented everywhere? There was a complex political kind of process in Namibia. It looked very likely that the country would adopt universal basic income. And then it was just kind of squashed. And there's still a bit of mystery around why that happened. One common denominator is the involvement of the World Bank and the IMF, who have kind of quite strongly advocated against such interventions, and that was the case in Namibia. In Kenya, the large-scale pilot is being run by an NGO and a group of researchers. It's not so connected to policymakers as was the case in Namibia. So I think, it will remain to be seen how that's taken up into policy processes. But ultimately, I think that the answer to your question is political economy and a lack of political will, as well as, vested interests, donor interests, which are not seen to be aligned with these kinds of interventions. And I mean, I think that it speaks as well to the question of how these recommendations land in South Africa. What we see in South Africa is the two kind of very divided camps within government itself. DSD has actually recommended a universal basic income and has pushed for it for a number of years. The ANC has adopted it as official policy, as have other parties in the GNU. So really, the primary opposition to expanded social protection comes from National Treasury, and we would contend that opposition is ideological. It is, National Treasury is deeply committed to fiscal consolidation, to the primary budget surplus, and doesn't hear the arguments and the evidence for the positive macroeconomic impact of social spending more broadly, and spending on social protection in particular. In terms of the difficulties in receiving SMSs, this is definitely something that we found in our research, and I think it's part of a whole number of complicated reasons why these infrastructures that are developed to not only get grants to people, but to stop the wrong people from getting grants, actually don't map well onto people's lives and people's realities, particularly people who are kind of just, engaged in survivalism. Digital exclusion from telecommunication systems, all of these things are associated with a higher risk of being erroneously excluded from social protection and struggling to access basic services as well. I'll leave it there, but thank you for the questions.
Thank you so much. And another round of applause for that important intervention. And I think it's really important that we have addressed that side of the story, the income side or the effective demand side, as we're also looking at the supply side and the prices. So thanks very much for that, Katie. We are now, because of the time constraints, we decided to cancel tea and lunch and just go straight through to the end of the day. Okay, you've got a right to food, don't worry. We've all got a right to food here. So we will break for tea now, but because we are coming close to lunch, we'll keep it short, right? So literally, if you could get a cup of tea and a scone and come back in 10 minutes, that would be great, so we can catch up some of the time. Okay, break for tea. Thanks very much, everybody.
Hi, Tommy.
Hi.
Tommy, if you're there, it's Andrew here. Oh, I see you are talking.
No, it's you.
I'm James.
No, it's lady.
Sorry, hi, Tommy.
Hi. Are you
Oh,
listening me?
yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
This is Andrew here from IEJ. How are you?
Fine. And you?
Good, thank you. Thank you for being here. Tommy, I just wanted to let you know we've running a bit over time, so we've
Yeah.
just people needed some tea and coffee, so
Okay.
they'll be back in about 10 minutes, and then there'll be one presentation and some discussion before you. Can you wait? Can you wait another 40 minutes or so, or should we swap presentations around so you can go in 10 minutes?
No, I can wait. I can wait.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated.
Okay.
Okay.
So I have to screen my presentation or
Yeah, so which do you prefer? You can share it from your side, or we can put it up on our side.
okay. Okay. I prefer to share my presentation because I control here.
Yes. Yeah, that's no
Okay.
problem.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay.
Tommy.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Bye bye.
Brother. Sorry to disturb. Is there anyone who has not yet checked out yet? Not in the room, right? Okay, thank you.
Good. Colleagues, we're about to start. Just rope them in there, whoever's outside. Right, colleagues, in the interest of time, we're now moving on to our next session of the day. And for this one, obviously, we will be leaning on the work of Dr. Mark Vergeriff, who will be chatting to us today about informal sector and local market options for keeping food affordable. So before I hand over to Mark, I trust that everybody's in the room, that we have had our tea, and that obviously we'll be attentive for this session. And hopefully we'll also hear from some of the voices that have been fairly quiet in the room. Dr. Vergeriff, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Bosiso. Thank you, Bosiso. Thanks everyone for being here. And yeah, I'm talking a little bit about the sort of informal sector. I don't like the term informal, so I'm putting in speech marks, but we're talking about these micro enterprises and public markets and so on, and how they already contribute to food affordability and can, with the right interventions, contribute more to that food affordability. And I think this offers a real alternative to the corporate system that we've been complaining about a lot in terms of its concentration and its power. What are we talking about? I mean, I'm sorry, the pictures for some reason are messed up here. On this screen, they're fine, so something about this projector here. But from the small-scale urban agriculture, which I think is great and can be there and should be supported, but we need to realize that's not going to provide the bulk of food that people need in our urban areas. This is a beautiful picture when it's not pixelated like this from the Tshwane market, and we can see the sort of scale of operations there. And this is from Joburg market, where we have multitudes of small traders and so on who are buying there, creating livelihoods for themselves, and then making food more accessible, as we will show. So this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about these sort of micro enterprises through to these street food vendors. So I'm starting out focused on fresh produce as one area, and then I'm going to go on and talk a bit about maize as well. So this is cumulatively a big scale. Each operator might be very small, but the municipal markets in 2024 turned over 24.6 billion rand, and 50 to 60% of that went to this so-called informal sector, much of it street traders and so on. So, and that's then excluding, all the direct sales from farms, the other wholesalers, bakkie traders, and so on. So this is a big multi-billion rand sector going through this so-called informal sellers going out to the street. So it's significant. We've tracked prices for 2 years, and this comes to some of the points earlier. We're using local data collectors who are doing 2 price points per month across. We were tracking 10 items of food and then getting, we think, very accurate picture of the situation of prices and being able to compare that then to the formal sector as tracked by Statistics South Africa. And this came up a bit in some of the earlier discussion. Statistics South Africa and their consumer price information do not track the informal sector. They do a very minimal tracking, but most of the way that they gather the information doesn't actually get included in the consumer price index because of problems they have with it as well as we go along. So that's something maybe we should be looking at fixing. But what we've shown clearly here, over 2 years across 5 different sites of tracking these prices, across these 10 items, the street vendors or street traders are significantly cheaper than the formal sector across all these items. You can see the figures for yourself there. And if we take tomatoes, for example, savings of 9.63 rand per kilo if you're buying tomatoes from street vendors rather than from formal sector like supermarkets and so on. One of the key things that we've done is we weigh all the produce, so which Stats SA doesn't do, and that's one of the reasons why we can't compare here to cabbage and spinach, because they just tell us per bunch, whereas we're weighing per kilo. What we have done in some cases where we've checked formal sector and street vendor spinach and cabbage bunches is we found that the street vendor's bunch of spinach and cabbage is overall much larger than the formal sector one. They're getting, so the per kilo, the size of each unit is much larger. But across the 8 items here that we've tracked for 2 years, the average, if you bought from the supermarket, you'd be paying 48.5% more for these 10 items, for the same quantities. So that's an extremely significant affordability contribution from these street vendors. And of course, in addition to just the price being lower, it's also lower on small quantities, like where you buy your 5 Rand tomatoes, your 3 Rand for a banana, etc. The supermarket groups only become more competitive when you buy what I think of as bulk amounts, like buy the whole crate of tomatoes, buy the 9 or 10 kg bag of potatoes, etc. And street vendors, of course, are located all over the place in many areas like Ivory Park, Langa, and so on, where we've done the research. Like on every corner, there's another street vendor, and even cart or trolley traders going door to door as well, making the food even more accessible. So when we look at the margins, this compares what the farmer gets, and this is the sort of thing we've been discussing a lot recently. Where's this money going? We take any item, again, you can read quickly through this and the presentations shared. If we just take the example of tomatoes, through the municipal markets, the farmer's getting 9 Rand 12 per kilo over this 2-year period. And of course, from that, they have to pay their transport costs and so on as well. The sale in the market is 10 Rand 42 per kilo, the payment to the agent, and then the farmer gets 9 Rand 12 of that. And you see the gap there, the market commission and the agent's commission actually is a very small part of the overall price. So we might critique that and say we could save that, but I'd argue this is a very small part of just over R1 of the final retail price, which from the street vendors was 18 Rand 2 cents per kilo. So they're making a markup of 7 Rand 60 per kilo. From the formal sector, we're seeing the price averaging 27.64 a kilo, significantly more. So the markup on your tomatoes from the wholesale price in the municipal markets to retail, the markup was averaging there 72.9% for the street vendors, good profit margin, reasonable, and in the supermarket groups and formal sector, 163% markup on tomatoes. And we see the same with onions and others as well. So overall, again, averaging across the 8 items we can compare, we're seeing the sort of average markups for street vendors being around 96% and for the supermarket groups and so on, about 186%. Of course, not every item, especially for the supermarkets, is bought from the wholesale markets. But we know those are points of price formation. And the point for me is that these items are available wholesale and very good quality from the biggest farmers in the country in these wholesale markets. If the supply chains of the supermarkets are so inefficient, then that's their problem and it doesn't work well for us. We believe that there's a lot of profit taking in this that is driving up that price. But of course, that's hard to tell, especially with the secrecy of these corporations we're talking about. So those are those key figures overall across these items we can see. And again, we can look then specifically in the examples here and track like tomatoes. We see a very clear example here of the sort of rocket and feather thing. The wholesale price in the green line along the bottom, our street vendor prices in the blue line here, and then the orange line across the top, the formal sector prices. So we can see every time, like here, very significantly, you see the wholesale price drops here. There's a delay until the supermarket prices drop. The street vendors much more responsive, and then they don't drop so much as well. So we can see very clear examples of this sort of so-called rocket and feather effect. And you can, I mean, I went through those figures. But we see a similar thing here with onions. Again, we see a great example here. Every time the price goes up and drops, the delay in the response here from the formal sector in responding to those prices. And of course, that contributes a lot to the significant difference we found across these items over the 2-year period. The figures are all there if you want to see. But the formal sector basically being 7.85 Rand a kilo more expensive for onions than the informal. That's more than 51% difference on that as well. That is, again, a significant contribution to food affordability. Here's just a specific example. Oscar's in the room. He did this research in Soshanguve of these trolley or cart traders going around delivering to your door interest-free credit to people you know, so no transport cost or time at all involved in that. And yet, compared with the ShopRite in the area with the lowest prices we can trust, across all the items of vegetables that Oscar tracked, we can see the savings that the supermarket is more expensive on all of them, reflecting what we found in the national figures comparing with the Stats SA figures. But of course, with a smaller sample like this, you see bigger anomalies, like 112% difference in the price of cabbage compared to what's in the street. And again, this is per kilo. One of the reasons for this difference is this larger size of cabbages that our street vendors are selling there, which of course is important for diets of low-income families who might rely on that as well. Then inflation, of course, is a concern for all of us. And again, the way these different retail forms respond to inflation is important. So again, across these 10 items, what we're seeing is that wholesale, we compared here because we did 24 months of data collecting. So the first 12 months versus the second 12 months. And that, avoids any over influence of anomalies of data collection on 1 month or so on. So we think that comparison of prices 1 year to the next gives us a good overall view of this. The wholesale prices, we saw 3 items. You can look at all the other figures, but what I want to point to is 3 items that dropped in price in this period. Yeah, there they are, my nice arrows. The street vendors or traders also dropped 3 items, slight differences there, not as big a drop. The formal sector, no item dropped in price. So we're seeing prices getting cheaper, wholesale. We don't see the saving being passed on to customers by the formal sector. Then I've got this interesting one, the Peter Marisburg Economic Injustice and Dignity Prices. And there's a difference here compared to what Stats SA gather, because, and Mervin's in the room, can correct me if I get anything wrong here, but they're pricing for larger purchases, like your sacks of potatoes, your crates of tomatoes and so on. We're pricing on our street traders for these small purchases, small amounts. And they're also specifically pricing from low-cost supermarkets in low-income areas. So overall, the prices they're getting per kilo are actually very competitive, but noting you have to buy larger amounts and from these particular low-income supermarkets. This is what I refer to as regressive pricing, because you have to be wealthier, have more money to buy a bigger amount, and then you have to have storage space to store it in order to get the cheaper prices from the supermarket groups. That's regressive pricing compared to the street vendor who will give you that 5 Rand and still come out with these per kilo prices. But the point here, there was 1 drop there, but we see again the street vendor being far more responsive to the wholesale price drops than the formal sector outlets are. And that translated into a situation where, again, across these 10 items, we saw the wholesale price increase year on year across the 10, with this, if we took the same amount, like 1 kilo of each, was a 6.1% increase. The street vendors absorbed some of that price increase, knowing we can engage in the discussion on that, knowing their customers, engaging with them, trying to remain competitive. They actually absorbed some of that because their prices only went up 4.1%, whereas the supermarket groups, the formal sector, in both those statistical data sets, increased more than the wholesale prices. So they gained more profit even as the prices were overall increasing. Very important in all of this is the public markets, through which anyone can sell. And we know small farmers have challenges in these markets, but they can sell there, as well as the biggest farmers coming in. So these are absolutely critical to the functioning of this sort of informal street vendor sector. And that's one of the reasons why, as Jane also said this morning, I think they really have to be protected, improved, and we need more such markets. Then a quick look at maize. How's my time? Oh, running out of time. Okay. But I'm specifically referring to research from Alexandra. We're now doing price collecting in 3 low-income areas on maize. What we're seeing in terms of retail is, spaza shops on every street. In Alex, if people know it, there's an independent supermarket that's very popular and affordable, and there's wholesale groups that would also sell to any member of the public walking in as well, but are typically supplying the spaza shops, and all the major supermarket groups in Alex Mall and so on both sides of that. So all the top brands are there from the big corporations, but very interesting for us was finding the prevalence and in fact now the domination of maize brands coming from medium-scale family-owned millers that are then selling through the independent supermarket and through the wholesalers and the spaza shops. So on the left, people might know the Tiger Mills massive operation in Randfontein. This is just one example of quite a number of these family-owned mills, mostly around the Free State, a bit of Northwest and Gauteng. All Afrikaner men owned and run, all of them coming out of being farmers themselves, but they have highly efficient operations and are now selling primarily into sort of low-income black neighborhoods and out-competing the big corporate millers. Very sophisticated operations, high level of investment, low margins in their operations. So findings overall, I mean, we saw a situation where we have this, in Alex, we have this popular family-owned independent supermarket, consistently more affordable across all the brands in the corporate supermarket groups. Spaza shops, and I want to emphasize here, we say spaza shops, but they're not all the same. They can be very different. And I think often when we think of them, we kind of brand them with one brush. There's some that are, the person just as a part-time thing, selling a few things, cigarettes and so on, and maybe 1 kilo or 5 kilos of maize out of their house. And then there's highly efficiently run, sort of more, let's say, ambitious ones. So they're quite different. Now, the spaza shops all over the place, reducing our transport costs, also doing things like providing interest-free credit to customers they know. We're talking about a particular brand here. I'm using not the real name, so I'm calling it Supergo because they were very cooperative with us but didn't want to be named. And they're really now dominating in the Alex market. And interestingly, we're finding other brands in other areas like Diepsloot, Ivory Park, where you're finding particular brands coming out of these family-owned medium-scale millers that are dominating in particular areas. They're not big enough, like this Supergo. You don't find it in every township because they have a limited capacity and so on, but they've developed a network there. So every spaza shop in Alex has this Supergo. And this is similar to what we're finding in other areas. Just an idea, as I said, we're still busy with this research. So this is just a sort of snapshot to give you an idea now. We're going to run this for 2 years as well. But I could give you some figures which illustrate what I'm saying over a 10-month period. If we take Ace, probably the most popular maize meal brand in the country, we saw over this 10-month, ShopRite was selling 12,5 of this. They're actually selling 10 kg, but if we convert that to the cost for 12,5, they're selling at 148.74. The independent supermarket selling exactly the same thing, same sell-by dates, if not better ones, 124.39. The wholesalers, a number of them, selling at around 119 there. And even the spaza shop on your street corner, not all of them, because not all actually stock Ace, because it's more expensive, but selling at undercutting the supermarket groups, 133.89. And this is the same maize, the same quality from the same factory, the same sell-by dates. So clearly, these are more competitive than the major supermarkets. And interestingly, ShopRite and Alex hasn't stocked Ace since January. February, March, now April, they haven't stocked Ace. So we don't know quite what's going on there. Supergo, this other independent brand, in the independent supermarket, 149, significantly undercutting, the Ace maize, and not available in ShopRite, of course. And the wholesalers a bit cheaper. The spaza shops more expensive than the wholesalers, of course, but still undercutting even further the Ace. And then looking at the low-cost brands like from ShopRite, Right Save, which is not a very popular brand. It's this, still 131 for 12,5 of that. So still more expensive than something like Supergo, which has become very popular. And interestingly, of our 20 data points over this 10 months in the ShopRite, it was only actually available in the ShopRite and Alex 7 of those 20 times. So even availability is an issue there. So I don't think I can say too much because of time. I do want to say we're mapping the sort of location of the spaza shops, starting with our data collectors' homes as an example. And in Alex, and the same thing basically in Diepsloot and Ivory Park, every one of them has a spaza shop within 100 meters of them. So easy walk. If they walk 200 meters, they got 3 of them. They walk 300 meters, they got 6, and so on. So these are literally in every street. Every person around Alex has a spaza shop selling maize. These are specifically only ones selling maize within a few minutes walk of them. That is making it far more accessible and affordable. No food deserts there at all. I want to make this point of a little brief comparison with Ghana and Senegal. If we look at our GDP per person, and we can take, these are figures from the World Bank, GDP per person, or we can take the purchasing power parity, we see how much bigger South Africa's GDP per person is. Our economy is much bigger per person than these two countries. Yet, we are underperforming these countries in nutrition outcomes. All these figures come from the FAO et al. SOFI annual report of 2025. 10% of people are undernourished in South Africa compared to 6.3 in Ghana, 5.1% in Senegal. And the stunting rates, 24.4%. And those FAO figures compared to the comparable figures, 15.6 and 17.2. This shows, and I'm sharing this in this presentation because these countries both have far larger informal sectors, far more public markets, open markets where you have many traders selling. So serious, that's much more part of their economy, and they're getting far better results in a much lower economy than we are. And this also says to me, we have no excuse. We have to do better than we are doing in South Africa. It should be an embarrassment. It is an embarrassment to us as well that this is the situation. So coming to the lessons and concluding, what we call informal plays an essential role in the food system already making prices more accessible. Micro traders and so on need more physical and regulatory space. We need more public markets. The existing ones need to be protected and improved. Town planning, I would suggest town planning should require a minimum amount of food trading space, like, for example, per 1,000 homes. We can look at the China's crawling peg example where they do this. Even a place like Dar es Salaam has a similar thing in their planning when you build new neighborhoods. So basically, the logic is that everyone should be able to walk to a public trading space, and you can set a minimum amount of space for fresh produce as well, which was what China does. Of course, a lot more research could be useful on this. And then, this is the last slide, sorry, Bosiso. We're seeing how competitive these independent family-owned mills and shops are. And this really questions this logic of larger scale being better, because they are seriously out-competing on price, and the quality is good across these spaces, out-competing the corporates. So we need to improve the regulatory space and the enabling infrastructure, I would argue, for these types of enterprises. And we need this diversity of options. I'm not even saying do away with the supermarket, but give people the diversity of options. And of course, when this trader or a spaza shop down the road is out-competing the supermarkets, that's what's going to put real pressure on them to change, because there is an alternative people can go to. There are a few concerns like male domination and so on, need for more transformation from a sort of white-owned Afrikaner mills, for example. How can we open that up, have even smaller scale mills, more black ownership and so on? But the core argument I'm making here is build on what people are already creating, see what they need, and research what works, and move beyond that, enable that. We need to understand. So I don't want to say too much details of what needs to be done. I think we should be asking those people running the spaza shops and the street vendors and running them so effectively what they need to improve the situation as well. And let us say, well, there's some things related to what was said earlier. I hope, our commissioner is still here. Thank you for staying. And people know the prices, and you can ask the price. They do know the prices. There's no difficulty with that. And putting a label on something is only one way of communicating. And these actors have other ways of communicating. And of course, let us also respect the agency of people, that if they can benefit from buying some older tomatoes, which they still see are fine for cooking, we should let them do that. And people are not stupid. They have some agency. I don't think we should be intervening and stopping people benefiting from that if they want to. And of course, there are other advantages in this system as well, such as all the many livelihoods created through this kind of activity and the local economic activity. Because wherever the people running these shops are from, they are living and spending in these same locations along with people and contributing to those local economies. Thank you. Sorry to go over time, Basiso.
Colleagues, a lot of numbers, a lot of insights that are often not, easily available to the public eye. Any questions, Commissioner? I know the conversation is ongoing, so please feel free to come in here. Mark, I guess my question was just a simple one. I noted that, anecdotally, you kind of referenced the ease within which, how they are located and the ease of access. But then going back to one of your slides where you then spoke about nutrition outcomes in the context of affordability, is there anything you can say in that context in terms of, did you gauge whether there was easier access to nutritious foods compared to wholesalers and elsewhere and so forth? That's just my question, folks. If we have hands, I see one, I see two. Would you? All right, so I'll just take a round of hands and then we'll. Okay. Okay, you want to sit down? Yeah. So,
thanks, Mark, for the presentation. I'm interested in regulatory issues, specifically zoning and where people are allowed to trade what. Have any of the entrepreneurs that you have interacted with encountered challenges with them, with law enforcement, by law enforcement, on the matter of zoning, and how have they overcome those to continue serving? Like something, what I have in mind is exactly the sort of trader that's up there now. You occupy a space with your container, etc. It's probably zoned residential, and what is the relationship with municipal bylaws and do you think that there is some sort of advocacy that needs to be done at that level?
I just noticed.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Interesting. I think I want to go to the one on maize, just to understand whether you were able to get into the manufacturer price, because I think you only portrayed the retail, and this instance the different sizes of the manufacturers that supplied the different categories of retail that you look at. I think it's issue to follow to see whether there's a pass through there, and if it exists, what are the percentages?
Can I start with those?
Yeah, first three, go ahead.
Thanks. Okay, thanks. So certainly, first on your question, I'm going to try and be brief. I mean, in the studies we've been doing, we haven't directly linked nutrition outcomes with the price thing, and that would be quite a complex, expensive study. And so really we're just saying, look, people are eating these foods, and they are clearly more affordable and more accessible in other ways from these other kind of outlets as well. And that definitely improves affordability. We did a lot of focus on the fresh produce because that's so important as one of these healthier foods. So we're very happy that this sector is playing such an important role in the fresh produce with significantly lower prices in that. And I suppose we have to acknowledge we're assuming that would help outcomes, but it would be interesting to see if there's a way we could link that as well. And of course, in a situation of a lot of poverty, so we all know from the figures that there's still a lot of stunting and so on. So we're saying this is contributing. The situation would be so much worse if people couldn't go to the woman sitting on the corner or the trolley trader and buy those bananas at that price or cabbage at that price. It would be so much worse. But when we look at the gap, we've been shown in a lot of presentations between affordability and incomes, we see how big that gap is. And this is just helping fill a little bit of that gap. So again, it comes back to, I think we need multiple responses. I'm arguing here for, really creating more space for this part of the food system. But I know that's not the only solution. We still have to manage prices elsewhere. We still need to address the income issues as well. And then on the zoning, I mean, this relates to this whole point, and thanks. I mean, I'm going to start with saying when we look at like independent development plans and spatial development plans, somewhere like the city of Joburg, and Alex is within that, there is only one food market they mention, which is the City Deep Market. There is no mention of any other food market, any street vending, any other space for food, and in the spatial and the independent development plans. That is a major gap. And we can compare it to somewhere like Dar es Salaam that builds in provisions for minimum space for food. Simple, basic thing. And that could be something that we put into national regulations, Sploom or whatever, require space, at a certain ratio of residents to food space that could be public space, so not locked down and controlled by supermarket groups through malls and so on, but public space where you can also even specify, as China does, the maximum size of trader. So you don't have the whole space taken up by one, you specifically regulating to create multiple spaces. That's what we could be. At the moment, what we have is sort of regulatory neglect. As our commissioner said, I mean, it's very hard to govern all of this and regulate it. So what we see is that in the township settings and informal settlements, basically there's a lack of enforcement. So people are setting up, and formally or informally or whatever they're doing, I mean, this works well from a food accessibility perspective. So these areas zoned residential, but that we have a shop selling maize on like every other street or every street and a vendor selling fresh produce is a positive thing. But that shouldn't be something that's now in competition with the Consumer Commission or with regulation and so on. Why not enable, why not in the regulation actually affirm that and say, this is a good thing and we can allow that? And then what's happening in our sort of formerly white, middle and upper class suburbs, of course, there we see enforcement and we see that then street vendors and so on are not able to take advantage as much as they could of that wealthier market, which is also blocking them. So I would say we need to, yes, there's a sort of neglect that allows a dynamic part of the food system, highly competitive part of the food system, but it's through neglect. And we're rather, let's affirm it and have that across the board and build in sort of positive measures. And then the last point there was on manufacturing prices and so on. And yeah, I mean, I put this back up because this is, as I said, just an initial snapshot. We haven't yet compared systematically with your farm gate price, your mill price, and so on. And so I didn't want to put something half-baked there. We're still trying to do that, and we would at least want to compare with fluctuations in, what we know we can get as the wholesale prices. We have looked in a sort of, at a qualitative level, with some of the mills, what they're selling from and so on. So we're starting to get a sense of how they're making money and how they're undercutting the big corporates, like the close relationship they have with farms, often owning some farms themselves or relatives do, and splitting this difference of the Randfontein price to the local price. And if they can, save 100, 150 Rand per ton, this is a low margin business, that can be their profit margin, and whatever they do with the brand into feed and so on becomes essential to their viability in what is a very sort of low margin business. So, but hopefully we'll do more comparative figures with this. But at the moment, we're saying at this retail end, we can certainly see how competitive the independent retailers are compared to the corporate retailers, and how competitive these sort of family-owned medium-scale miller brands are compared to that. An interesting point I didn't mention there, that some of the supermarket groups' low-cost offerings are quite competitive, and I think that's what Peter Maritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity picks up, like the Shibobo brand in boxers, one of the most competitive sort of house no-name brands, if you like, there. We found that actually comes not from one of the big corporate millers, but comes from an independent family-owned mill in the Free State. So even those competitive supermarket prices on the low cost are also sourcing from these family-owned mills instead of from the big corporate ones, which also shows how competitive they are. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, any more hands? I see 1, 2, 3. So we've got another round starting here.
Thanks for that, Mark. That was super interesting and rich. I'm just wondering, with the ability of the informal traders to charge much lower prices, were you able at all to look at also then their incomes? Because I'm also wondering to what extent the ability to charge those lower prices comes, in a way through a level of self-exploitation in a way. So if they were to earn maybe more decent incomes, then would that mean that actually their food prices would have to be higher? And if that is the case, is there then something to think about there of how to support more decent work, if you will, and decent income for informal traders, while also maintaining that ability to provide food at lower costs? Thanks.
Flo, you next.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Really fascinating to see those numbers coming through. My questions, 2 of them, one kind of picks up on what Andrew was saying, maybe more of a comment, which is around conditions of employment and work, and in particular comparison with how a lot of supermarkets employ labor brokerages, which enable employees to have very little recourse and often expose them to really poor working conditions. And I think from what I heard from ethnographic research in the informal sector, a lot of people who work there actually prefer working there rather than in the formal sector, because conditions in some cases are really better. The other is a response to some extent to what Kagiso was saying or asking around kind of zoning laws and municipal interactions. And the research that I've seen also shows a lot of repression and often predation, sometimes by law enforcement, confiscating goods and extracting bribes, using contravention of bylaws as an excuse, and sometimes referencing hygiene concerns. And Mark, I don't know if you are up to date on some of that research that's come out of some of what Lisa and other colleagues have been doing on the kind of microbial research concerning the informal trade. So perhaps you could comment on that.
Before Commissioner, over to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks, Mark, for this presentation and research. I think it's quite useful contribution. This issue of price, because and I think maybe it links, I would suggest, to also the market structure, right? Because our assessment, I think informal retail is very important in the country, but it's not moving the needle in a way. So it's not able to discipline in the current form the major retailers. So they can respond to Alex, but they will not change the behavior at a national level. So, which means we probably need a much more stronger response. So something that could strengthen the informal space in a way that they can then be the real challenges, so they can be able to grow at scale. Because I think, sometimes the reason why also prices are low, what we have seen, is because the quality of trading is not good. So if it's fresh produce, they cannot keep. So an informal trader probably can only keep the stuff for 2 days or less. So the conditions of trading are not great. So what you get, well, maybe it's a lower price, but it's not a sustainable price. So they don't grow. So when they don't grow, you don't have that impact nationally. Whereas the retailers are growing at an exponential rate. So if you look at ShopRite, after leaving Nigeria, they have been growing quite, substantially in the country. So I would say the pricing issue needs us to think about the kind of market we'd like to see. But also the retailers are paying higher prices relative to the market. So, but you can blend that. So we did this in the fresh produce inquiry, try to track this to check what is happening with I don't know whether you've looked at Food Lovers. So Food Lovers is not doing well, right, at all. So when you look at their financials, they are not doing well. In fact, when they came to the inquiry, they say, well, if any intervention on price will take it out of the market. So if you look at so there is that, so we need to think of at what scale should we be supporting entry. And I agree with you, with the larger retailers, that's a high cost model. The prices are going to be high. So what do we do to introduce new players? So I think that's the market structure question that I think it's important. I think the other stuff, around pricing, transparency and all, I think we've dealt with that before. But I'm just saying, on this price transmission, because the challenge, the risk is, promising the public that, the markups are 78%. When you assess, you find markups are around about 60. When you look at all the other costs, sometimes less than that, 30, right? That's gross. So I think this is where I think the price monitoring, investing in this, supporting, research institutions to get more granular information, I think will take us, quite further. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioner. We have one more, and in the interest of time, any other burning questions, hands, before we move on to the next presentation? Marcus, so I'm also going to take your question now, and then who else? Oh, Mr. Mervyn. All right, so there's 3 more hands. All right, sir, over to you.
Okay. No, thank you. Thank you, Mark, for the interesting presentation. My question is around the nutrition, the comparison of the three countries, South Africa, Tanzania, and Ghana. What role is what indigenous crops play in the nourishment of the nations, the 3 nations? When you look at South Africa, we've actually abandoned our traditional foods. But when you look at countries like Tanzania, Uganda, they also include that into their diets. What is the inclusion of indigenous crops in their diets, and the influence in this nourishment status that we're seeing? Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Volmink?
Mark, thanks a lot for that presentation. So my question just centers around the role of municipalities in either helping or hindering informal food traders. I think you alluded to the zoning issue, but are there success cases in South Africa where municipalities are working positively. Sorry? No, South Africa, yeah. And also abroad, countries who have, the three-tier governments and local governments, where we can learn from them in terms of the support for informal food traders.
Mr. Abrahams?
Yeah, no, mine is more of a comment and just to say thanks to Mark, because this really brings a new dimension when you compare yours and you compare some of the research that we're doing and the numbers we're picking up. And I'm wondering if it does not suggest something around models, which you also referred to, around the fact that perhaps we should be having fresh produce nodes all across the cities, and where supermarkets focus in on other goods. Because in our discussions with some supermarkets, there's also an interplay between you drop the price of one commodity in order to increase the price of another commodity. And then you look, for instance, at what is needed. So perhaps you increase the price of potatoes and you lower the price of chicken, because you know those two things are going to be bought together to be cooked in the same meal. So some of those factors also interplay with prices. But when we're talking about fresh produce and its nutritional value, perhaps these should be almost a model where you allow the informal, so-called informal traders to take this part and supermarkets another. Can we play around with some of those ideas?
Thanks. I've been given the mic, so I think I'm expected to respond. A lot of questions, and thank you, and comments as well. I'll just try and respond, to a few of these, and my memory's not doing too well. So, Andrew, your first one, just to remind me. Incomes, yeah. So incomes for people in the sector. I mean, we haven't been able to track that accurately, and certainly I want to say again, there's a lot of variation. There's successful street vendors and less successful vendors, and successful spaza owners and less successful. And I think that's a really important perspective, because we look at prices across a number of them in every situation where we're doing price gathering. But certainly what we can say, many are not, they're not just merely survivalist. Of course, some are doing worse, but also we definitely got stories which becomes more anecdotal about people, generating revenue, building their houses, sending their kids to school. And I showed a picture of one woman selling spinach in the CBD of Joburg, and she's proud she put her daughter through accounting at Wits, financed by her selling of spinach, and people who will show me pictures of the homes they've built at home with the money they're making. So there is definitely a form of accumulation from below that is happening for many of them. And it's not just poverty. And I put this slide up when you said that, because the 96.4% margin is not bad, right? You can make money. But of course, the business model, and this relates partly to the commissioner's points and questions, like the business model, of course, is very low overheads, low barrier to entry. Like, we often talk to people about how they got into this and so on. You have someone worked on a building site, saved a few $100, bought 3 bags of potatoes, shared transport on a bakkie from City Deep into town, sold those, in small batches, went back and bought 4 bags and built up, and that's so important for the equality in the sector and broad-based ownership as well. But of course, it's a low overhead model. Like the very notion of street vending, they are using the public space of the street, so they avoid any of that overhead and so on. And I say we could make that more available. And when I'm arguing for public markets, as we see in most African countries, these are very accessible public spaces with very low costs. People do pay levies and duties to the municipalities. In Nigeria, one picture I showed of tomatoes was from a market in Lagos. But it's accessible space with low overheads. And most of them don't buy cars and things like that. They're sharing transport to keep those costs low. And we see a same pattern in the spaza shops, especially when people start, the collective buying, the sharing of capital items like that. Whereas, of course, like the supermarket groups are very capital intensive. So that's part of what makes them viable. And I think people certainly can create reasonable livelihoods, but we can create better conditions for them, which a number of the questions related to that. So I think, like, when you talk to street vendors, I mean, they want better sanitation facilities, they want water and toilets and better storage and better security. So we can make, we can enable this and make their lives better, which should mean better outcomes. And, as was mentioned, I mean, the thing with the zoning and the sort of legal gray areas that people are using to trade, that does make them vulnerable to bribery and stock seizures and so on, which also then eats into their building up of capital and their improvement of their lives as well. So I think, improving the system in terms of food security and food health outcomes can also at the same time be beneficial for those livelihoods and improved incomes. So, and I think this relates to conditions of employment, and we have to compare. What are we talking about in the corporate sector? We know about farm workers. I think we haven't mentioned much, but cashiers in supermarkets are often through employment agents and on temporary and insecure jobs on low incomes. So those kind of jobs people can get in the sector are also not great jobs. And so we need to compare with that without great security. The time is up, but so I think, Commissioner, we can discuss more. We can't go into all of the details, but certainly, yeah, I think more granular data gathering would be good. I think the importance of public space to how these work is really important. On the microbial and the health risks, I don't want to go into the details of that, but I do think that we're not seeing, certainly from, let's say, street vendors selling fresh produce, we're not coming across bad health outcomes. And I think there's a lot of research that focuses on the potential hazard of this microbial things, and there's question marks about how much those convert into actual negative health outcomes. And there's a lot of studies that have shown there's no worse kind of health outcomes from informal trade, even in things like meat, than there is from formal sector outlets. So I'm skeptical about the critics who kind of say this is very, this has higher risk, actual risk in terms of actual negative outcomes. You can find microbial organisms and so on in produce in supermarkets and in street vendor stuff, but it doesn't necessarily mean, those are actually naturally in our bodies anyway. I did just want to jump to this, because this picture, I'm sorry the picture's not so clear, but if it was clearer, this street vendor spinach is looking a lot better than the stuff in the supermarket that's clearly older and more lower quality and is now kind of wilting. So, sometimes you find better quality out in the street than you do in the supermarket as well, especially in our low-cost supermarket areas. So in many ways, supermarkets are struggling to compete, and in a way, some of them almost withdraw from some of this sector. I have to go now as well. So the role of municipalities could play a much more positive role, creating space, and we do have examples, like from China. I gave you an example from Tanzania, where we create more public space for this kind of trading. And I think that's where, Commissioner, they would really pose a challenge. Because you mentioned ShopRite pulling out of Nigeria. We've seen ShopRite failing in Tanzania, Nigeria, and other countries to compete with this dynamic food sector that is there. If we create the right conditions, this part of the food system can become bigger. It is already growing as well, but it's hard to put the numbers on it again. But I'm very sure from what we're seeing, it is growing, it is expanding. And if we had time, we could speak more to that. So it's also growing. And I think if we create the right conditions, it can grow more and would pose a challenge. And it doesn't mean, as I said, get rid of the supermarkets. You still have a few supermarkets in Tanzania, but they're for those elites and expats who want them. Fine, let people have that option, But let also people who can't afford to pay the overheads of the air conditioning and all of that stuff have an option where they can get fresh produce and other items more affordably. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vegerev, for that very engaging presentation, and thank you everyone for the vibrant Q&A. We are now going to shift our attention to an online presentation. A large part of what we as South Africans have done in terms of international best practice, we found inspiration from the Brazilians. And our next presenter is Mr. Tom Guth. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And he will be presenting on the Brazilian experience, of course, talking to us this morning about learning from their food affordability architecture in Brazil and the lessons that he has for us. Mr. Guth, I hope you can hear us. Over to you, sir.
I hear you well. Are you hearing me now? Are you listening me very good?
Yeah,
Are you
yes,
listening?
yes, we can. Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Okay. May I share the presentation?
Yes, yes, you may.
Okay. So are you seeing the presentation?
Yes, please, you may proceed, sir.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank you for this invitation. It's a great pleasure to talk to you about the Brazilians policies about the agriculture in here to share to you our experience. So I start my presentation. My name is Tomé Luiz Freire Gucci. It's different pronunciation. I'm a superintendent of operational logistics, and I work with some stocks. And I've been in Conab, the company of food supply here in Brazil, around 19 years. So I worked with a lot of time, spend of my time with these policies about the minimum price guarantee policies. Is an important policy in Brazil that we work with the stocks and regulation market since 1966. So I show you this policy and the situation, the correctly situation now that we face in Brazil is different for the 1966, but it's important to show you. Sometimes we talk about the whatever the situation in agriculture, wherever if where you are, here in Brazil, United States, South Africa, the system of agriculture has this structural clash. When we have some technical features about the agriculture product, for example, is seasonal, time concentrated. In case of Brazil, is geographically dispersed because Brazil is a kind of a continental country, as it is so large comparison to the other countries around the world. Highly perishable and low add value. And the side of the market, you have some continuous and year-round consumption. So this is structural, in general, have some dual treat. Sometimes we have problem with production risk. Sometimes we have problem with price risk. The microeconomic vulnerabilities, we have some food security, acute risk of national shortages. For example, nowadays we have we will face some shortage with rice the next year because the price now, the rice price is now is very low, so people don't want to plant more rice because the incomes decrease a lot. And the next seasonal probably we will have drop the area of the rice, replace it for soybean, for example, that our products have more income. Sometimes we have here in Brazil, it's a very huge problem, that very huge issue that we have in Brazil is the logistical costs, because our continental dimensions and our freight costs is very strong, very hard to face that. The inflationary risk, when we have prices increase a lot, we have inflationary risks, especially when we talk about the beans, rice, the wheat, and trade balance. it's some vulnerabilities. And concept the public stocks. Sometimes here in Brazil, we work with the regulatory stocks because we use these stocks to mitigate price volatility and guarantee liquidity. We absorb surplus during the harvest when we have low prices and inject this product during off-season when we have high prices. And the function is daily stabilization of supply versus demand. And we have strategic stocks. When we use these stocks within the crisis management. The objective is for farm save its reserves to extreme emergencies. And you use some time, for example, to when you have some disasters or some crisis, weather crisis, for example, severe droughts, use these strategic stocks to manage the suppliers, the people who wants our products in our stocks. So Brazil, for example, in 1977 we produced around, talking about the grains, around 47 million metric tons, and nowadays we increase almost 8 times, and nowadays we estimate to produce 356 million metric tons of grains. So how this happen? I show you now the timeline of this. In 1906 to 1989, it's our era of massive stocks. In 1905, we have the creation of the CFP is a company that work with I think it's the father of the CONAB, the creator of the CONAB. So this CFP buy our first stocks with coffee. So and after we buy some stocks of beans and rice. In 1966, we create the minimum price guarantee policy. We call it in Brazilian PGPM, and our instruments like AGF, it's direct purchase. When the price goes down the minimum price, the government purchase the product and the stock in our warehouses or our warehouse partnerships. And we have some EGF is a kind of credit system in Brazil. In 1987, we have the peak of public intervention. Our stocks reached a historical record of commodities. We buy around 13 million metric tons in this year. In the 19th years, we use another instruments. We create the option, a kind of a COV, a kind of a purchase, but use some public put auctions. We use to buy our stocks. And before that, we use some other instruments that we have some subsides to support the flow around the Brazil. We call the PEP and PEPRO, and I will explain in next slides. structure and objective of the PGPM, it's income guarantee, supply assurance, and the price stability. And the CONAB and MAPA, our Ministry of Agriculture, subside these studies to fixing the minimum price. For each year, you study some things that we have to propose to the minimum prices for the economy ministry, the agriculture ministry. That's price usually use the cost of production and parity exportation, parity importation as some inputs that we have to use this minimum price that we propose to the MAPA. And the instruments that we have. We have AGF, the Federal Government Acquisition, direct purchase of surplus by the states, and the market price falls below the stipulated minimum. The government achieves, acquires, and physically stores this product. But in 19th years, we start to use the COV, put option contract, the function as a prices risk insurance. The government sells the producer the right, but not the obligation, to deliver the production in the future at a prefixed price. If exercise, it generates a public stocks. And the commercialization supports that I told you before, the outflow of PEP, PEP, is a kind of financial subvention. When the price goes down, the government pay to the cooperatives or to the industries, wholesales, the difference of the minimum price and the market price. And income equalization is kind of similar of PEP. It's a subvention that we pay to the producer or cooperative when the producer sells your production to the industry, the difference with minimum price, and some credit operations. So this is the modern dynamic of public stock that we have in Brazil. We have the minimum price below the green line here. We have the minimum price, the government intervention. The government intervention with some commercialization supports instruments or with acquisition instruments that we have this minimum price. When we have stocks, for example, we have stocks of corn, of wheat, of rice, we follow the market until we have this PLE, the government sell stocks. Is a price to that we have a permission to sell our public stocks in the market. It's a kind of system to the government not make some actions in the market to the market to prejudices our market system, and they have some concern of the production that then we have stocks the government sell every time that the government wants to sell, but it's not real thing, because we create this kind of price to make to have a permission, so the production can use this system to know when the time we have the speculative prices, when the government have this permission to sell our public stocks. So this picture is very interesting, because you have some the interview history in Brazil, the AGF and COV, the system that we have stocks in Brazil. 1987 is the peak, but we have sometimes our stocks decrease, so we have to sell our stocks. Sometimes when the market prices goes down, the minimum prices, we have stocks again. And this last few years, we have a short stocks in Brazil, public stocks. Our system of agriculture policy prefers to use the PAP or PEPRO to help to support our production when the price is going down. I think it's not too good, because we have sometimes prices, so speculative prices, that we can control if we don't have some public stocks. The corn is the principal product that we have stocks in public stocks around this timeline. The rice is the second important crop, and the wheat the third important crop. The picture is very interesting, because I show you this area is when we have some stocks. So we have a control price, for example, a price not too huge in the market. So when we change our instruments to the government change our instrument to not to buy, to make more stocks, the prices goes high, increase a lot, and sometimes you have some problems with inflation, because it's influencing our livestock system. Because Brazil have a very huge livestock system. We have a very huge poultry production, huge swine production, and this chain needs to our corn that we produce in Brazil, and the prices is going high. It's difficult to create some difficulties for our livestock production. The same thing in the rice, in the lower intervention, before the enable high prices selling. It's very hard this time in 2020. It's very hard to Brazil to control the inflation, the food inflation, basically about the rice, because rice reach the peaks around the 140 reais per bag in our domestic price is very difficult for our consumers, and make some inflation concerns in Brazil.
Mr. Guth, sorry to interrupt. 2 more minutes, sir. 2 more minutes.
Okay, so we have some public structure. There's our own, when we have some in Brazil, our structures, we have bulk units and conventional units. We have static capacity near to the 2 million metric tons in public system in Brazil. We use these public stocks to sometimes to sell with auction, and sometimes we direct sales to the wholesale prices to ensure regular and supply for vulnerable rural operations. And these stocks sometimes basically of corn used to support some producers about the poultry producers, swine producers, bovine producers, goats, sheep, and the people it's just the low producers in Brazil. We used to guarantee the food security and rural rotation in this region, the northeast of Brazil, and income generation, sustain the family agriculture and protects the local jobs. And now we have a now system. We studied about the implement to develop and implement some new stock formation policy, which transcends the limits of the minimum price guarantee policy. The strategy, the objective of the strategy is to guarantee the effective production, public policies, and national supply and food security. It's the new system that we study to create a law to permission the government to make some stocks formation policy transcending the minimum price guarantee. So I finish here, and I appreciate that's the invitation again, and ask for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Guth. Colleagues, if you pay attention to the program, we are currently violating your right to food. Please bear with us. What we're going to do now, we're going to move right straight to the next presentation. So if you have any questions for Mr. Guth, do jot those down and just hold on to them, and then we will come back for a Q&A before we make our way to lunch. We're trying to be in the lunchroom at 2 o'clock. So I hope that is okay with everyone, and that we move on to the next presentation. Mr. Guth, I'm hoping you can linger around a little bit until we get to the Q&A session, which is after this presentation. So thank you for your patience. Colleagues, the next presentation will now be given by Ms. Mel Shalkin. I hope she's online, and she will be presenting on economic interventions in the food system, speaking to taxes, duties, and other policy incentives. Mel, are you online? Thank you. I see you right there. Please feel free to proceed. All right, Mel, do you want us to share your presentation, or you will share your screen from your side?
That works for me. I can try sharing the screen. Let's see.
Fantastic. Just try. Okay, Mel, we can see your screen. Feel free to proceed.
How about now? Can you still see it?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So yes, first of all, let me say thank you so much for inviting us. I will be presenting the research of my research team at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, under the leadership of Professor Isabella Weber. And the research I will be presenting is spanned across a variety of projects that we've done in the recent years. It's not focused, our research is not focused on South Africa, so I will be presenting more of a general framework drawn from a report that we prepared together with IEJ for the G20 Task Force on Food Security last year, as well as some other research that we've done in other regions of the world. Thank you. So first, this was the topic of the presentations yesterday, so I will keep it short, a simple model of how we think about food price shocks. The impulse stage happens when an important input to food production experiences a price shock. This could be either global commodity market price shocks. Those are particularly relevant when a country is well integrated into global trade, as South Africa is for several commodities, and thus experiences a high pass-through from global commodity prices that are set on global commodity markets, traded at exchanges, and the domestic price. To clarify, sometimes, well, many times, this is it's a translation of the price from global exchanges to the domestic price. But as we saw in the context of the 2022 inflation, global prices can also spike when there is not actually a shortage of grain in the global market because of physical availability problems related to certain areas being cut off from shipping, bottlenecks that can emerge in that way, literally shipping costs themselves spiking. So I think as we saw in the 2022 inflation with geopolitical risk and climate risk, there is some cases to be made for regional food sovereignty, or at least for having physically available regional stocks to be able to bridge periods where physical availability is the threat and not just global market prices. Secondly, it could be due to domestic shocks induced, for example, by climate variability or other agricultural shocks. Those are more relevant if the market integration is not perfect, which is also the case for many crops in South Africa. Sometimes there's differences between crops, whether global or domestic shocks are more relevant to the domestically experienced commodity price volatility. Can also be about input and production cost shocks, for example, fertilizer cost shocks, fuel, or frequent load shedding can increase electricity costs along the value chain. And then finally, exchange rate volatility of the rand can also, of course, be a source of shock for imported goods. The second stage of a food price shock is the pass-through, where food processors and retailers charge their markups on top of the higher costs that they receive. Now, here the crucial question is how high is the markup that they will charge? Will they internalize the food price shock into their own margins, or will they pass it along fully? Or will they even protect their multiplicative margins, which means that the nominal profits increase during a time of a food price shock, and this, of course, amplifies inflation. Now, the margins cannot always be measured product by product because grocery stores employ key value item pricing. In many cases, this was mentioned before. So it is not always easy to analyze the capture of value along the value chain of one product. But you can get at margins if you look at it sector by sector. For example, if you look at the average margins of mills, the average margins of supermarkets, and so forth. The ability of processors and retailers to pass on the cost shock depends on the nature of the cost shock. So we have found that if a firm experiences an idiosyncratic shock that is specific to its firm, it is more difficult to pass on the cost shock because increasing prices would make them less competitive compared to other firms. But if it is an industry-wide shock, they know that all of their competitors will also raise prices, which makes it easier to pass prices on. And it's also linked to demand elasticities. If the media talks a lot about shocks and that there will be inflation, consumers may be more willing to go with the higher price and the demand may be more inelastic. And then there can also be the rockets and feather issue, which was discussed yesterday. And then the third stage is how food price shocks can translate into broader affordability crises via the propagation of an input cost shock to other goods and services via an economy's input-output linkages. Research we have done in this regard included for countries like Germany and the United States and Mexico. We have taken the statistical data about the input-output linkages between sectors, and then we have made the assumption that nominal wages and nominal profits stay constant. And then we have investigated which sectors are the most important in terms of generating a general inflation, CPI inflation shock, simply through their through being the most linked with other sectors. And then the second question at the economy-wide level is the distributional question. As I said in the input-output papers, we, as a first baseline, assume nominal wages and profits stay constant. But of course, in reality, an important question is, how do wages respond and how do profits respond? And we have found that in the early stages of a food price shock, there can be an upward distribution of wealth from the poorer to the richer, and even between wage earning households. Often low income households are the most hard hit because they spend most of their income on food and other essential consumer goods. Now let's talk about our typology of intervention strategies. We have divided these up into indirect commodity price stabilization techniques. These are more long-term structural policy goals or interventions aiming at long-term policy goals to strengthen domestic agriculture and make it more resilient, or direct commodity price stabilization techniques designed to address immediate market imbalances and correct price distortions. And then we distinguish between market design and regulation. These are more the classic economic policies people think of, taxation, regulation. Then public market participation, which includes things like buffer stocks, where the market becomes a buyer, the public sector becomes a buyer to stabilize prices. And then finally, price interventions such as emergency price caps. I will keep this part short. It can be found in the G20 Food Security Task Force report, and we've also published it as a working paper through our university. But to give some examples in terms of market design and regulation, the indirect strategy might, for example, be pursuing various sustainable agricultural development and rural poverty alleviation policies, including land redistribution, infrastructure build-out subsidies, etc. But it could also be regulation of global commodity markets to prevent speculative bubble formation, etc., competition policy. In terms of direct commodity price stabilization, market design would include counter-cyclical tariffs and quotas to stabilize the short-run domestic supply. This is done by especially smaller countries like Switzerland, Norway. Then the public market participation, in terms of indirect commodity price stabilization techniques, this could include having a minimum purchase price in public procurement, as in the case of Konabi, for example. The aim here would be to build up domestic agricultural production capacities. It's a form of a subsidy that is paid not as a lump sum, but through the producer price. A direct commodity price stabilization technique would be, for example, a buffer stock. So these can exist either with or without a minimum support price. Without a minimum support price, they are basically just, you can think of it like a central bank that stabilizes the interest rate. A buffer stock stabilizes the market price of commodities. Virtual buffer stocks are related to curbing speculation. Emergency reserves do not have a price stabilization mandate, but can release grain onto the market or directly to needy populations in the case of a price spike. And of course, interventions to stabilize the foreign exchange market also come in here. I want to highlight that buffer stocks can be costly, but we must be very careful in terms of how we looking at what is counted in the cost when you read a report about buffer stocks, because many buffer stocks in reality do include a minimum support price, which, as we said earlier, is a form of subsidy. So it's not fair to compare apples and oranges if you then credit that buffer stock only with price stabilization, when in reality it is also the country's agricultural subsidy policy. So it's important to look closely when looking at, some reports claim, oh, they're very expensive, but it's important to look closely at what is included in their mandate. And often they do more than just price stabilization. And then finally, temporary emergency price caps. So in the interest of time, I will move on. If you have questions about any of these, I'm happy to talk about it and give you examples from countries later. Now let's talk about one recent policy intervention as an example of how these different tools can be combined. It's the PACHICH in Mexico under President AMLO. This was a voluntary price cap on a basket of 24 essential products. So the rule was that so the government basically offered retailers to sign on to this pact, and they had to keep the sum of 24 products stable at this price during the inflation price spike. It didn't matter how they distributed the price between the different products, just together they had to not be more expensive than 1,039 pesos. And the items included by the government in the basket were items that like an average family, low-income family would consume. Supermarkets were free to then, increase the price on other items to make up for this, but this basket had to stay stable. And I think 16 large retailers signed on. Then AMLO would, the president, in his Monday morning addresses at 7 a.m., every week they would talk about which supermarkets offer this basket at the lowest price and which ones at the highest price. So supermarkets would be publicly praised for their adherence to the policy, and bad actors would be called out for raising prices. In exchange for agreeing to this, the government agreed to temporarily suspend certain import tariffs, streamline, reduce bureaucracy for the supermarkets. There were energy price subsidies, and they froze highway tolls. So it was kind of an agreement in that sense. On top of this, before this, you can think of this as a temporary price cap. And energy subsidies also sort of a temporary price cap. Of course, we also see here counter-cyclical tariff policy. So you can see it draws on the table. And there was also some increased support for domestic agriculture at the same time, trying to build up domestic capacities and prevent, for example, the increased fertilizer prices from reducing domestic production. Not just in Mexico. So, for example, in the European Union, the Common Agricultural Policies was used to give large subsidies to agricultural producers. Many countries instituted energy and fuel price caps by subsidizing energy and fuel, or as in the case of Spain and Portugal, doing kind of like a complicated workaround to keep energy prices low. Spain instituted a margins observatory. Many EU countries did VAT tax reductions. And a lot of countries did these mandatory or voluntary price stabilized grocery baskets. So there's a lot of experience from the recent inflation in other countries that can be analyzed to see what worked and what didn't. Now, finally, this is my last slide. I'm trying to finish up. This is a slightly more out there proposal that our co-authors drafted for the G20 report, because we were tasked with thinking through what a regional buffer stock solution could look like in the context of the African continent. So this proposal is modeled on what countries like India and China did in recent decades. So our proposal was that there could be a Pan-African grain management facility, which we call the African Grain Management Facility. And this would be a multi-level buffer stock. So you could have it act as a regional buffer stock that also pursues regional trade policy. This was in the context of African Union potentially pursuing a joint tariff policy, etc. And then this is at the regional level. At the national level, you would still have nations would have their own subsidy systems for agriculture and their own national public food authorities that could decide on, for example, channeling food to school feeding programs, etc., emergency stocks and all that. This regional buffer stock could act as both a market maker and a buffer stock for products that are primarily produced and traded within Africa, and that therefore do not have a global reference price because they are not traded on global exchanges. So, for example, cassava or millet, sorghum, things like that. And so in this case, the regional buffer stock facility would kind of set the market, it would have market pricing power, and it would hold a buffer stock to stabilize the regional price. And it could set a minimum support price to incentivize the regional production of these goods. And the sort of surplus product that you obviously accumulate if you're keeping a minimum support price that is above what the market would usually set as a price. So you will, of course, start accumulating stocks. Those would be channeled into public food provision systems in the member states, for example, school feeding programs. The second thing would be for what do you do about globally traded goods? Because of course, buffer stock stabilization is the most impactful if you stabilize the price in the market where the price is set. So for example, if South Africa had a buffer stock for maize, it would have to worry about people re-exporting grain in times when you're trying to suppress where the global market price is higher than the domestic price. So for globally traded goods where the African continent is mostly import dependent, the ideal situation would be to canalize all imports and exports through the AGMF, which would then create the ability to insulate African prices from global prices. And then, of course, to stabilize African prices, the AGMF would have a buffer stock, which would buy grain when global prices are low, and then release stocks into the African markets when global prices are high. And in that sense, African traders, which could be private trading companies, would always be able to buy grain from the AGMF, to import grain through the AGMF at a price that reflects the long-run average global market price. So again, this was just a more speculative proposal because we were tasked with thinking through what this could mean at the regional level. Thank you so much for your attention. I am happy to hear your questions.
Thank you, Mel, and also thank you to you, Mr. Guth. We are now proceeding to our Q&A segment. Colleagues, any questions for our presenters by show of hands? Going once and twice. Any questions, or people are hungry now? Yes.
Thanks very much, Tome and Mel. Those were both super interesting and really illuminating to get an insight into especially the economics of how things work in Brazil and have worked, and also this kind of real almost menu, if you will, in the typology of possible economic interventions. Mel, my question is just to Tome on. It was really interesting to see that those two graphs with the price of maize and then I think of rice, that when the public stock holding stopped being used so much, you immediately saw these spikes. So was it at the end that you're saying actually now that it's been decided that the public stock holding will be strengthened again? And in what way is that at all linked to support for smallholder farmers, like support for also more ecologically friendly production, public procurement, and so on? Thanks.
Thank you. My name's Flo, Center of Excellence in Food Security at the University of the Western Cape. My question is directed at Tome Gucci and linked to what Andrew just asked. It looked as if the discontinuation of those strategies may have been linked to political shifts, particularly around the ascendancy perhaps of Bolsonaro, I'm guessing. And if that's so, I'm wondering, well, firstly, it would have taken, many decades of collective work to establish those kinds of safeguards. And it's very worrying to see that they could be dismantled so quickly. And so my question is, what is your thinking now about how those kinds of mechanisms could be secured against such political disruptions? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for both the interesting inputs. I just have a specific question for Merle because it's bothered me for a while. And I don't know if anyone has experience of this, that, our maize is one of the main staples people eat in South Africa, so key to people's diets, so its affordability is important. But the pricing of maize is often driven by international prices, as the traders in maize will export to wherever they get the highest price. So I've kind of often wondered if an export duty or tariff on maize could, in a simple way, help reduce our domestic price of maize. And I wonder, I've seen this kind of export tariffs used in other places. I wonder if you've got any comment or thought on that. So, for example, if there's a 10% export tariff on maize, theoretically, that should reduce our domestic price by about 10% because it would come in below, then to be competitive on the international markets, they're going to have to make up that 10%, if you see what I mean. I just wonder if there's any specific examples of that mechanism being used.
Mark, just for clarity, is a question to both presenters, or you were directing
it? I think Merle might be better placed, but of course, anyone who can answer, who has an experience of that, is welcome. Yeah.
All right. One more question from Stephen.
Yeah, it's kind of related. It's probably also to Merle. I know that proposal for the regional buffer stock that was discussed extensively last year during the G20 and the Food Security Task Force. And I was just wondering at the time when it was discussed, is it an idea which benefits surplus producing countries as well as deficit countries? So, for example, if there was one in Southern Africa, South Africa would be a supplier to that buffer stock because we are an exporter in most years. Other countries in the region will benefit when they have deficits, right? But how does it benefit South Africa and our food issues?
Colleagues online, I hope you captured those questions well. We've got 2 for you, Tome, and another 2 for Mel. So we'll start with you, Tome. Please feel free to respond.
Okay, thank you for the questions. And I think the 2 questions are very similar. And the concept of this question, then I try to respond this question, make some think to abroad. This question is very interesting. So it's clear that we have in the 2 graphs about the stocks versus market prices. Each corn and rice is the same thing that's happening in Brazil. When you have the disruption of this policy of acquisition of buffer stocks in Brazil, the prices increase so high, and sometimes we have some speculation system in Brazil causing inflation and have some difficulties for our livestock production or our human consumption when we talk about the rice. It's happened not only the rice and the corn, it's happened with the wheat, with the beans, and it's clear that I think a kind of neoliberal think in Brazil, economic thinking in Brazil about the people said that the government don't have to make some stocks because it's so expensive. And I have some studies that I do that it's not to really true that our stocks is so expensive because we buy in the low price, okay, and sell our stocks when we have some speculative price. And when the government has some stocks, the market have a kind of emotion that the price could be not too high, because they know that governments use the public stocks to sell in the market and try to put the price in some little bit low than the speculative prices. And it is a risk of Brazil when we don't have some stocks because we face some inflations, face some speculative prices, high speculative prices. We know that some prices is a commodity prices like soybean and corn and wheat, but sometimes inside the country we have some people that speculate with the price in the moment that we have don't have stocks. And this disruption, I think the actual governments try to restart this policy, not to buy that amount of stocks that we have in 1987, for example, because it's so expensive to governments to put. That's not necessary because we have a huge system of production. Our production in Brazil for corn and soybean is so high that Brazil is around the first producer of soybean around the world, and the second and then third, fourth production around the world about the corn. So we don't have a huge stocks with corn to as we did in the past. But we have some stocks because we have a huge production of livestock and small production of livestock. So we have sometimes to help with this stocks to supply this poultry and swine producers, small producers, because these people is kind of fragile in the whole system in Brazil, because we have a higher livestock production that they be able to buy corn or in soybean meal to feed our cattle with a good price. But the small producers, small livestock producers, they don't have this chance to buy and to probably will reduce their incomes with the production of livestock, and government use the corn to help this small production. So it's so important to supply nowadays. We see the stocks different for the past. Now we see stocks the point of view of the supply of to control sometimes the speculative price, but we view that the supply our production and our poor people, that Brazil have a lot of poor people, unfortunately. And Brazil is a huge country, is a continental country, and we have some problems of logistics, and the cost of logistics is so high. So sometimes we have to use these stocks, this buffer stock that we have in Brazil, to help this poor people and the small livestock producer.
Thanks, Tom and Mel.
Thank you so much for the questions. So to your first question, yes, an export tariff is in our typology an example of a counter-cyclical tariff policy. So the idea would presumably be that you raise the export tariff when global prices are high and you are aiming to keep the domestic supply in the country to keep the domestic price low, and you lower it again if the opposite applies. This is used by several countries. So, among them, Argentina, for example, Russia has a floating export tax. India uses export tariffs. They also have a very large buffer stock system and public support system tied to the buffer stocks. So they have to use tariffs to keep the domestic price stable to prevent re-exports. So a lot of countries use it. Now, what is the consequence if a large country relies exclusively on countercyclical tariffs and not also stocks? It is a beggar thy neighbor type of policy, because in a global price spike situation, if a large exporter introduces an export tariff, it comes at the cost of other countries that, because it restricts the supply to the global market in times of a shortage. So it's not banned under WTO rules. It is not, it's allowed. But globally, politically speaking, it is a beggar thy neighbor policy. Meanwhile, if one had an export tariff and a domestic buffer stock, then in the situation of like a global shortage, the domestic country would be releasing grain from the buffer stock. So it would, in a sense, be supporting the global price stability, right? Because it acts countercyclically. It actually releases real product into the market countercyclically. So I think, these are the trade-offs to consider in terms of international relations. On the question on whether the AGMF would benefit exporters as well as importers. So I'm not obviously an expert on South Africa. So I would be really curious actually to learn more later about what exactly the concerns were. Now, just in terms of the theory, yes, it would benefit an exporter as well. So how would it work, right? So if you assume that, for example, for maize, if we assume that the price is usually set on the global market, which might be wrong, I don't know, but if we assume that that is actually the dominant price at which South African producers sell, then first of all, if we have the AGMF, the price within Africa will be stabilized. So if the global market price is low, South African producers will be free to sell directly to the AGMF at the stabilized price. Of course, if global market prices are high, they are not free to export at the high price. But I think generally price stability is preferred by producers, but I guess it depends on the situation. So one benefit would be that you have security in terms of at what price you can expect to sell. A second benefit, of course, is for South African consumers, because as you said before, if the price for maize is set on the global market, that means that South African consumers are exposed to global market fluctuations in the price, even if their own country produces a surplus, because it will just be exported out of the country. So also for consumers, it would benefit because it stabilizes the price. And then thirdly, I think there are important co-benefits to consider. So in terms of maize, South Africa is a large exporter, but other African countries are importers. With the AGMF, part of the goals of having this would be what Tome was talking about in terms of bringing grain from surplus to deficit regions within the continent, building out intercontinental trade and transportation linkages and supporting that kind of trade. And I think it could be a tool that might help regional market integration because it would be a place where you could coordinate within the region the domestic agricultural policies. So if there's a region that has like high cost producers right now but wants to support their local agriculture, they could pay subsidies domestically. At the same time, the AGMF might have a minimum support price for regionally produced grains, which could include maize if that was to be kept within the region. So I think it's a place that can help with regional market integration insofar as that's already a policy goal. It can open up new marketing channels within Africa. So in that sense, if you think in terms of like regional market integration being a benefit to South African producers, I would say it could also be a benefit. But I'm curious to hear more about what the concern is.
Colleagues, thank you so much for those insightful responses and for the lovely presentations. We've come to the end of our session. Good people, thank you for your patience with us while we rework the program. It is 2:00. It's time for lunch. Can we please be back here at 2:40 sharp? Is that okay? 40 to 45 minutes for lunch. Please have a great lunch and let's be prompt about this so we can wrap up early. Thanks, everyone.
Testing 1, 2, 1, 1, 1.
Yeah, let's start then. Okay, everyone, thank you. I'm glad everyone's here ready. Give me a big clap. Everyone hear the clapping? Yeah, great input. Thank you. You put up those instructions on this quickly yesterday, didn't you? Andrew? You put the maybe we can quickly put the instructions here. You did that well yesterday. White card, the interventions. Okay, good input. Thank you. Yeah, thanks everyone. Welcome. The next session. Stephen, do you want to chase people out of the dining room? Okay, cool. Great. Pestica. What this is? I don't know what all this is, Mervyn. I don't know what this is.
Not yet.
No.
Oh, it was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
To the point. Hi everyone. May you please just grab and the pen, pages and the pen behind you there.
It's green. We got green and blue now. Yeah, almost. Pretty cheesy, pretty AI cheesy. But can you add blue? We're using green and blue now for this one because of the card shortage. The international card shortage is related to the illegal attacks by the USA and Israel on Iran and stuff, and the illegal blockade of Strait of Hormuz by the US imperialists. Godfrey, hit us with some lively tunes. Maybe we should take it back to like Chico, I need some money or something, you know? I'm a poor man.
Before
I
the
need
tune,
a job.
before the tune, may we please make sure that everybody has the sticky notes, all 3 colors, everybody with a pen.
Except they're not sticky, but yeah, but all the cards. Yay. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you, DJ Godfrey. Look, other people are joining us, but you can start. What we're doing, because we are very short of time, and we don't want to run late past 3:30 because people have to travel and start drinking and stuff on Friday before a long weekend. So we're going to get, but we want all your inputs. So you've been given these cards, and we're focusing on 3 questions. What are the interventions? We've been hearing ideas for interventions all morning and afternoon, okay? So, yes, it's Freedom Day weekend. Mervyn, it's Freedom Day weekend, yeah. So celebrate our freedom, but we need food with freedom. So the most important thing we're trying to get to, from all we've heard, what are the interventions you think can work in South Africa? What do you want to see us doing? And please, 1 per card. 1 per card in readable writing, if possible, because we're going to share them here. So you on your own, take some minutes. You're here earlier than others, so you've got time. Think about the interventions you want to see and that we can do in South Africa to make food more affordable, okay? That's on the white card. It's written up there. It's going to be stuck up here. And then you think, is there any information or research opportunity or need? And you put that on a green card or blue because we're running out of green. So that can be on blue or green. That's what you want to start with. And we're going to then stick them up here. And we have pens and papers here. If you run out of papers, cards, there's more cards. We can resort to the notebooks, pages as well. We can take pages out of these notebooks if you need more, if you've got more interventions. So this is brainstorming. This is like, what do we want to see happening? I'll get to it. Yeah. What I want you to focus on first is the first 2 questions. What's the intervention? And what are the info and research opportunities or gaps? Is that okay? If any question, ask. If you're not sure, ask. We want, like per card, we want 1 per card so we can group them. So 1 idea per card. Please write don't write long essays, write in a way we can read as well, will help. 1 idea per card, because we're going to group them up here. And we want to see what comes out as bigger. So 1 idea per card. So you can use more white cards. And if you run out of white cards, take pages out of this notebooks that we have. But think, what are the most important interventions? What can we do? We've heard so many ideas this morning and this afternoon. What can be done in South Africa to help us? What needs to be done? I better think as well. Yeah, one per card, but we want all your ideas, all your most important ideas. Is that one idea?
One idea.
Okay, good. Great. So you please, I mean, this is brainstorming, right? We've heard things. You can put lots of ideas. So we're all brainstorming, putting down our ideas on the white cards for the interventions we want to see happen and we think can happen in South Africa to improve food affordability. And then do think on the green and blue cards, any kind of information or research opportunity, something missing, something we need to know more about that deserves research, not just for the sake of it to keep academics employed, but because it would actually help us improve policy. And you're doing that, everyone write a card. We want the input and the ideas of everyone in the room. So everybody have a card they've written on. Chat to someone next to you if you want to stimulate your ideas, share what you've got, see what you're missing. Just a couple of minutes left on this one. Press 16. I think we're going to need more of this as well, but I'm not going to force you to talk to people near you, but I think it's nice and it helps our thinking sometimes to talk to others. But like, you know, we have different social norms. Some of us are loners. And then I want everybody to think about what they will do next. You have a pink card. So I want everybody to write something on the pink card, what you will do next to take this forward. You might also have an idea of what's needed, but we want an idea what's going to be taken forward. So every person writes something on their card. Put your name on it as well. So we are committing. We are committing. Put your name on the pink card and write what you are going to do. That one you can put more than one thing if you want on one card, because that's your card, what you're going to do. So everybody also make sure you got a pink card. Anyone want more white cards for ideas? Can I give anyone a white card? Yours as well, Yandela.
Okay.
Right. Are you looking for us? We're giving people enough time. Peter, have I given people enough time? Have you written something on your pink card? Let's just wait a minute. Let's see. We'll do this. Okay, has everybody written on a white card? Can I get your attention for a minute? Has everyone written on a white card? Can we see your white cards? Everyone's written something on a white card? Has everyone written something on a pink card? What you're going to do? Everybody. Let me see your pink cards. Have everyone got pink cards? You need one. We need one. Pink cards. Anyone need a pink card where you write what you're going to do to take this forward? Anyone else need a pink card? You've got blank pink cards. So these blank. Everyone's got a pink card? Anyone need one? Okay, we're good. Shit, there's some of those pens. I think you have to. Yeah, we're going to share them just now. You can hold on to it for now. Okay. So if you've written, you can come and start sticking up here. We want the white ones under here, and the green and blues here, and the pinks here. So you can come and start sticking up. And as you stick up, see how you can maybe group them a bit. If you see similar ones. Seize the floor, Andrew. Seize the wall. Okay, has everyone put up their cards? People are still busy. Everyone sitting down, have you put up your cards? Mohammed? All right. I see a few pink cards without names. Like this one.
Okay.
You got a pen? One of those.
And we're exploring what will that mean, because it can't only be servicing.
Did you put up? Thank you. Cool, thanks.
Where are you looking to subsidies?
Hört it. Okay, and you might still be thinking, you might still add another card. Time, comrades, put your cards up. Okay, we're gonna close the cards. If you don't get your card up now, you're gonna miss the opportunity, and we're gonna burn them. There's masking tape over there now. The press stick's running out. Yeah. Get in there.
Very good. All the wrong cards.
What? Quick, Mark, closing now.
Agriculture now included in this.
All right, if you can come closer, it's nice, and we can work together on this. If you can come closer, and if we stay on our feet, we'll take less time because we'll get tired, because we're going to just wrap this up quickly. We've got all your inputs and the cards. The important center of our work here. Can I get everyone's attention? Can we? Hello? Everyone. Okay. Can everyone stand up? And can everyone just where they are jump? Can everyone stand up? Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. On our feet. We'll think more with the blood flowing, you know? Okay. Everyone standing? Can everyone jump? We gotta jump. We can jump together. Let's jump together for food affordability. Yeah. Last weekend, there was a lot of people jumping around Moria. Okay. All right. So the interventions, and I think we grouped them to some extent. We won't have time to group them all or read them all. What are the groups that we see? There's a lot of buffer stocks. So there's at least 4 here specifically on buffer stocks. Any other buffer stock ones? Buffer stocks. We've got force food price reductions. Force them. Okay, so somehow force food. How are we going to force them? We're going to see. Mandate real-time price food formation data collection, aggregating and analyzing. So there's a lot of data collection issues. Public supply options. Does that include like procurement? Yeah. So someone wrote it. So someone's here. Own up. I don't want to, is it about public procurement?
It's not me, but
Yeah.
I think I've got public procurement.
There is public procurement as well. The public,
I see it.
somewhere else, yeah. Okay. We don't have time to read through all of them, so I'm just picking out a few. There's ones about, well, here, this is my handwriting, I think, but there's which one? Income grant, basic income grant. Which other groups do we see? Some people who group them, help me out. What do you see? Zero rating, more basic food stuff. The Mexico food basket idea, this is a regulatory idea of putting ceilings on food prices. There's a few on zero rating. There's localization. There was another one here on local food value chains. So there's a few on localization, local markets, market share for smallholder farmers. This is beautifully written. Intergovernment coordination, break the silos. Where's the Food and Nutrition Security Council? I'm not going to look at Peter. Can somebody write on a piece of paper, establish the Food and Nutrition Security Council? Who feels like writing that? And they will stick that up as well. Where is it? Because there's a mechanism for this that's supposed to be there.
They just haven't met yet.
Okay, all right, that's good. So can we convene the meeting?
Rather radical.
Data transparency, yeah. Anything we miss? Points you want to say? Very briefly.
Yeah, just a very radical, maybe not so radical proposal, but why doesn't the state own a share in all the major food corporations? Like 20%, at least then you've got a voice amongst the shareholders.
State could be a shareholder. In fact, the state through the IPC is. The IPC is invested in PIC, sorry, yeah, the PIC in all the big food companies and supermarket groups. But no, they're using it for profits and they're now having the same interest as the other shareholders. So that could be the other side of it, you know. Okay, any other key points someone wants to say? Minimum price guarantee policy, improve supply chain efficiency, promote public-private partnerships, zero rating. Anything key missing? Break the corporate concentration, agriculture production diversification to reduce dependency on imported inputs. Do we need land reform to do that? Did anyone write land reform or redistribution of land? If we're going to diversify agricultural production and supporting, protecting and investing more in public food markets. And there's a few data ones, the price tracking. There was another data one here, wasn't there?
I think the one with public markets and informal sector
Yeah.
is like cluster.
Right. Okay, cool. All right, and we're collecting these and we can get an idea from the numbers of the priorities. But does anyone want to, we're going to shout out the priority. Think of the one thing you want in one word. Okay, in one word. And then we're going to say it together. Have you got it in your mind? What's your priority? Say it loud. All of you, everyone say one thing.
Council.
Food Council. Public markets. Food subsidization.
Public procurement.
Public procurement. Okay, cool. All right. And then there's a number of research gaps here. Again, some of them can be grouped like corporate price formation. There's been a lot of talk about like we need to know more about the informal, but we also need to know about the formal. And they're very secretive and opaque. And yes, we do also need more granular information on the informal, more data on informal traders. So there's a grouping around that, food price monitoring, especially on the nutritious basket. So there's a lot in that informal sector, more studies, price data, more on indigenous foods. It didn't answer Peter's question earlier. Research on buffer stocks, price monitoring again, climate crisis, nutrition basket, strategies to make food affordable, that's overarching one. Food safety framework as well for street vendors, and so on. Food price prediction platform, okay. Governance research on pro-poor statecraft for equitable development of value chains based on traditional and indigenous foods. All right. So there's quite a lot of research still needed. Again, I think we can group these. Any key thing I haven't said you want to emphasize? Something you feel I didn't say that? Say? Okay. Yeah, food price formation.
Yeah, inside the whole system to look at and integrate more.
Is there anyone online who wants to add something? If you are, put on your mic and say it. Anyone online? You can just put on, we can't see you, I can't see the screen, but we'll hear you if you put your mic on and say it. And if you are online, I hope you've made your commitment as well. We've got a lot of commitments here of what we're going to do. Oscar is going to assist with pushing this in the current national food system security space. I suppose that includes the food system transformation. Yeah, okay. Research and advocacy is Yondela. Mark is going to organize, Mark with a K, organizing. There were a few that didn't have names on. Have they all got names on now? Yes, most of them have got names. Great. People owning up. You know what you wrote. We're going to collect them. We're going to keep a record. We're going to follow up with you.
You must follow up with me in this one.
Yeah, follow up with, okay, Peter's committed.
Even this one.
Okay, lobby government. Is this you saying this? Lobby government department to buy from smallholder farmers. Peter's going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to follow up on him. Advocate for indigenous crops. Continue to support informal traders in Jabulo. Contribute to knowledge research. Share the knowledge. Solidarity fast on World Hunger Day. Stephen's fasting. Okay, Union Against Hunger is proposing a fast, so you could fast with them. Caring on taking care for those who can't afford high price interest-free credit. Okay. Create a safe and open dialogue on food market restructuring. Okay, cool. So thank you very much for all of your commitments. And I think that I read from this that there is interest and energy in taking this forward. In doing advocacy, in drafting positions, in researching some of this. And again, the nice writing from Penny Promote Farmer Aggregation. So we all have committed something. I hope we see value in continuing to work together amongst ourselves here. Do we see value? Yebo or Awa? So it's a yebo. We'll carry on working together on this? Yebo. We'll carry on working together on this? Okay. Andrew, is that a proviso?
I just wondered if there's scope for the organizers to say, you know, there's a lot here. Maybe also the next important step is what's the process for them? Right. And so maybe there's also just a need for organizers to afterwards just look at all of this, reflect on this, and come up with suggested process around it, working towards policy framework.
Right. Okay. And the lead organizers on this were the Institute for Economic Justice and then this DSTI NRF Center of Excellence in Food Security. I'm not going to name the individuals. And we've welcomed the collaboration with a range of people, including the Department of Agriculture, working on food policy, and others. So yeah, we're definitely, I think, committed to looking at ways to take this forward so we don't just end this here. We take these ideas and we say, how do we, perhaps with research, perhaps with new policy proposals, take forward these and try to see some of these in the coming years put into action, and hopefully in a coordinated way with an integrated framework, which has got a link to the existing process of the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan, the food system transformation pathways.
Just to make that slightly stronger, we did think initially that we would come up with a declaration or the Holiday Inn Declaration or an advocacy activism agenda to take the ideas forward. We don't have time to do that, but we do have lots of ideas here. So this is not just going to stop here. We are going to definitely do something with this, which will translate into ideas for action. So please watch the space. And there's the man himself.
No, just, I mean, building on what Stephen has just said, and it's been a great meeting, but I really feel meetings like this and the costs they involve and so on have got to lead to something quickly. And we are, as everybody here agrees, in the vortex of a rising food prices crisis, which is already having effects on people's health and access to food. And I would really beg the organizers to put their heads together to try to pull out of what you've heard in this conference at least a set of clear ideas and conclusions that activists can work with in the short term to address this crisis. So, for example, you know, what are we going to say to government and to the private sector in relation to this rising affordability crisis? What steps should government be taking? I don't know, but I think you all have a good idea. And by putting those things forward, then you can give it to activist organizations to take onto the streets and to organize around. You know, May is World Hunger Day, May the 28th. So it's just an appeal to, it doesn't have to be a declaration, but there's enough come out of here in the short term to assist organizing on the ground. Thanks.
Thank you. And there will be a report. Laboni is sitting here and capturing everything that's been said, including the last input. And so there's going to be a report. We're also drafting some articles to capture some of the key discussions here that we'll put out, because we need to generate more interest and debate on these things. I think that helps us all in our thinking and in looking at what's possible and generating support for action on these issues. So there's going to be a report to be shared with you. The other important thing to say is that all the presentations that were delivered have been, which I found very informative personally, are going to be shared with everyone who's here. So I think we'll be emailing a link for a shared drive where you're going to get all those presentations as well. But I think there will be a report, and I think the report needs to capture. We've said things that should happen and can happen, and presenters said things that should and can happen, and back them up with arguments and research. So I think those have to be captured, so these can form a way forward as well. You want to?
No, on the slides, I think I'm gonna consult with the speakers first and then see if they're comfortable with sharing their slides.
I think they all gave them away already, so but we can consult. The ones here have all agreed, right? Yeah, the ones who are here. Good. You wanted to add something, Peter?
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. But whatever is going to come out of here, I think it's going to influence we're now busy with the food and nutrition security plan. And then what's coming out here is going to be going to the food and nutrition security plan, but already was trying to already talking to the pathway 4 on policies and governance issues. That now the food price now is starting to talk to that pathway. I think the work that's coming out of here then will start influencing policy. Thank you.
Thanks. And the chair of that pathway committee was here yesterday. I don't see him now, Ronald from CSIR. So he's aware of this. We're keeping him informed, and yeah, we'll feed directly into that process. Okay, with that, can we give ourselves a big round of applause for the work we've done on this? And remember the commitments we've made on the wall here. And I'm handing over to Andrew to close and thank.
Okay. Okay. Guys, greetings. Thank you so much. It has been a very much difficult time organizing this, but we've made it all work out. Even my presenters, they were well on time, and I had given them 12 minutes, but they went on to 30 minutes. It's not my fault. It is their fault. Thank you. And even Godfrey at the back there, we never had any challenges with sound, with nice music. We were enjoying ourselves. Thank you so much. And I guess behind any great event, there are people that are cornerstones, and you were the cornerstones. Thank you, guys. You can give yourselves a round of applause.
Nothing, team. No one.
Big thank you also to the organizing team, Mo, Nonhlanhla, for pulling all the logistics of this together. So thank you everyone for being here, and travel safe.
You're now free to go. Thanks all. Okay. Godfrey, some tunes to see us out. Please hand in all the pens. If you have any marker pens, please hand them in before you go. Hand them in over there.